Chapter 2279. Prison. After the long-haired old man brought Zhuowen to a remote dead end, he turned to Zhuowen and said indifferently, "Your strength is not bad. It's rare for a rogue cultivator to reach Void Sky's 6th step. Now, I'll give you a chance that others can't even dream of. Join our Chow family and pledge your loyalty to our Chow family." After saying that, the long-haired old man put his hands behind his back and revealed an arrogant expression. It was as if his words were the biggest charity to Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked at the long-haired old man in front of him with a funny expression. This old man was only at the early stage of Void Sky 7th step. In front of Zhuowen he was nothing. Yet he dared to boast so shamelessly in front of Zhuowen. Of course, if it was an ordinary Void Sky 6 steps cultivator, they might really be afraid in front of this long-haired old man. In addition, this old man was backed by the powerful Chow family of the old Orchid Galaxy. However, Zhuowen wouldn't. Not to mention that the Chow family couldn't compare to the Quicksand family. Even if it was the Quicksand family, Zhuowen wouldn't be afraid. Now, Zhuowen's strength was enough to instantly kill any Void Sky 8th step cultivator. He was close to a half-step Void Sky 9th step cultivator. The strongest person in the Quicksand family was a half-step Void Sky 9th step cultivator. Zhuowen might not be afraid of the Quicksand family, so why would he be afraid of this Chow family? What? Hurry up and give me an answer. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Our Chow family is powerful enough to rank in the top 5 in the ancient Orchid Star River. You'd better be sensible. The long-haired old man saw that Zhuowen had fallen silent and frowned. He immediately released the pressure in his body, preparing to use it to intimidate Zhuowen. Zhuowen stood boldly, unaffected by the long-haired old man. He said indifferently, "Scram, your Chow family isn't qualified for me to serve." The long-haired old man didn't look surprised. His goal wasn't to make Zhuowen join the Chow family, but to give him a reason to kill. Since Zhuowen had rejected him, the long-haired old man naturally had no scruples. "Then I'm really sorry. No one can refuse the Chow family's invitation and leave alive." As the long-haired old man spoke, he slowly pulled out the divine sword from his waist. However, when he was halfway through pulling it out, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. His right hand had lost all feeling. When his gaze landed on his right hand had been sliced off by a blood sword at some point in time. The half-unsheathed divine sword had also fallen to the ground. The long-haired old man was stunned. He didn't even notice when the blood sword appeared beside him or when it cut off his right arm. He didn't notice any of this at all. The long-haired elder wasn't stupid. He knew that the reason for this was because the blood sword was too terrifying, much more powerful than him. "You're wrong. I rejected your Chow clan's invitation, but I will still leave here alive." Zhuowen spoke this time. The long-haired old man stiffly turned his head and looked at the white-clothed young man slowly walking over. The fear in his eyes grew heavier and heavier. The long-haired old man wanted to call out, but he found that he couldn't make a sound. Then he lost his last bit of consciousness. Zhuowen silently looked at the long-haired old man who had been beheaded by the blood sword. If the long-haired old man had spoken nicely to him, Zhuowen wouldn't have killed him. Unfortunately, the long-haired old man didn't know his limits. Not only did he not give Zhuowen any rewards, he even wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't let anyone bully him. He used a thunderous method to kill the long-haired old man. The battle on Zhuowen's side had happened too quickly. It had already ended before the shock waves of the battle could even spread. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. After putting away the long-haired old man's spirit ring, Zhuowen walked towards the Chow family. Although he wasn't very clear about the internal conflicts of the Chow family, he knew that Chow Ziyuan's return to the Chow family boded ill rather than well. Moreover, Chow Ziyuan was the only person he knew in the old Orchid Galaxy. Naturally, Zhuowen couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Moreover, Zhuowen hadn't asked Chao Ziyuan about the details of the Quicksand family. No matter what, Zhuowen would definitely help Chao Ziyuan. In the Chao family's hall, the patriarch, Chao Xianbing, was sitting at the head of the table. The upper echelons of the Chao family were sitting on both sides of the hall. However, the atmosphere in the hall was very solemn and tense. The upper echelons on both sides of the hall didn't dare to make a sound. They were carefully looking at Chao Xianbing, who was sitting at the head of the table. Chao Ziyuan was led by 2 guards to the front of the hall. She raised her pretty face and stared at Chao Xianbing with her clear eyes. She didn't say anything. Chao Xianbing also looked at Chao Ziyuan silently. However, this silence didn't last long. Chao Xianbing opened his mouth. Ziyuan, Uncle wants to tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Chao Xianbing said indifferently. Chao Ziyuan's beautiful eyes narrowed as an ominous feeling arose in her heart. However, she didn't say anything. Instead, she stared at Chao Xianbing, waiting for him to continue. Your father betrayed our Chao family. Therefore, according to the family's rules, I sent him to the Blackwater prison. You probably didn't know about this, right? Chao Xianbing continued. Chao Ziyuan's delicate body trembled. She automatically ignored the fact that her father had betrayed the family. The only thing in her mind was the Blackwater prison. The Blackwater prison was the most terrifying dungeon of the Chao family. Before a prisoner was sent to the Blackwater prison, their body would be cut into thousands of pieces. After their body was drenched in blood, they would be tied up in the Blackwater prison. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most terrifying thing was the Blackwater prison. This was because the Blackwater prison's Blackwater prison was filled with countless black insects. These black insects were only the size of a fingernail. However, they loved to drill into a person's wounds and enter the person's internal organs through the wounds. These insects weren't fatal. Their only use was to stimulate all the nerves in the person's body, causing the person's pain to be magnified by thousands of times. It made the prisoner feel as if he was better off dead. In the past, the Blackwater prison was used to imprison the Chao family's mortal enemies. Moreover, most of the prisoners couldn't withstand the pain in the Blackwater prison and chose to commit suicide. Chao Ziyuan couldn't hold back her tears as she hysterically shouted at Chao Xianbing. Chao Xianbing, you've gone too far. The Blackwater prison only imprisons the Chao family's mortal enemies. My father is a direct descendant of the Chao family. How can you treat him like this? Chao Xuanbing's face darkened. He didn't expect Chao Ziyuan to be so bold as to call him by his name in front of everyone. She didn't put him in her eyes at all. Your father colluded with the Chao family's mortal enemy, the Bakufu. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Otherwise, our Chao family would be in danger. I'm already being merciful by not killing a scum like your father. And you, how dare you call me by my name? You must know about your father's betrayal, but you didn't report it. I'm afraid you're an accomplice. Men, capture this unfilial son and imprison him in the Blackwater prison as well. Chapter 2280. Indenture Contract *Hong. Chao Ziyuan naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. With a wave of her jade-like hand, blue energy condensed into a blue wand and blasted away the 2 guards who were about to take her down. Humph. Chao Xianbing, who was walking at the head of the group, coldly snorted as he stretched out his right hand towards Chao Ziyuan. The moment the blue wand in front of Chao Ziyuan came into contact with Chao Xuanbing's hand, it immediately dissipated into countless blue lights. Chao Ziyuan even spat out a mouthful of blood. Her expression was dim, and she looked dispirited. Take her away and imprison her in the Blackwater prison. Chao Xuanbing's eyes were cold as he looked at the guards who had just been blasted away by Chao Ziyuan. The 2 guards were submissive. They hurriedly nodded their heads and said yes. Then they grabbed the weak and heavily injured Chao Ziyuan and took her away. The hall was as silent as cicadas in winter. No one came out to speak. It was terrifyingly quiet. Chao Feng and his daughter Chao Ziyuan are suspected of colluding with the shogunate, so this patriarch will imprison them both in the Black Water Prison. I believe no one has any objections, right? Chao Xianbing looked around and said coldly, Patriarch's approach is correct. This kind of traitor must not be tolerated and should be severely punished. Yes, Chao Feng's character is terrible. I think the Black Water Prison's punishment for him is too light. There was a burst of agreement in the hall. Chai Xianbing sat at the head of the table. His eyes narrowed as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Outside the Chao family's gate, Zhuowen stood in front of it and looked at the magnificent mansion in front of him, clicking his tongue in amazement. The Chao family's mansion could definitely be regarded as magnificent, not the slightest bit inferior to the great Brahmastar field sects like the Dark Fantasy sect and High Heaven sect. When Zhuowen intended to use his divine sense to explore the mansion, he found that his divine sense was blocked. Fortunately, Zhuowen's divine sense was powerful enough to not disturb the Chao family's barrier. Of course, with Zhuowen's current powerful divine sense, he could completely break the Chao family's barrier by force. But Zhuowen did not come here to cause trouble. At least, he had to do a good job on the surface. Who are you? Outside the door, the two guards looked at Zhuo when walking over with fear. Their expressions were reverent. They weren't hotheads, so they could naturally feel the aura on Zhuowen's body. They knew that this white-clothed youth before them was absolutely not an ordinary person. I am Miss Chao, Ziyuan's friend. Today, she has invited me to enter the Chao clan. Could I trouble you to inform her? Zhuowen said casually. When the two guards heard this, a strange look appeared in their eyes, but they quickly regained their composure. Please wait a moment. I will inform the patriarch immediately. One of the guards politely said before entering the mansion. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. The strange look in the eyes of the two guards did not escape Zhuowen's eyes, but Zhuowen did not care. After all, Chao Ziyuan was a direct descendant of the Chao family, and her status in the Chao family was not low. Zhuowen knew that nothing would happen to Chao Ziyuan in a short period of time. It was just that Zhuowen despised the Chao family's actions. From Xiong Yuan's actions, it could be seen that the patriarch of the Chao family was not a good person. Not long after, the guard came out. Behind the guard was a middle-aged man with a solemn face. Are you Ziyuan's friend? The middle-aged man glanced at Zhuowen and slowly asked. Zhuowen frowned. He did not like the middle-aged man's attitude. It was as if someone owed him money. Yes, where is Ziyuan? Why didn't she come out? Zhuowen asked indifferently. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhuowen and said with a smile, I didn't expect that Ziyuan would get to know a young and promising friend like you outside. Ziyuan is really lucky. Ziyuan has some matters to attend to right now, so it's not convenient for her to come out. Come in with me. I'll bring you to see her. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ziyuan's third uncle, Chao Yuanji. I wonder how you and Ziyuan met? What sect are you from? The middle-aged man started introducing himself as he led the way. Zhuowen nodded and said, I'm Zhuowen, and I got to know Miss Ziyuan by accident on the way. As for me, I'm only an independent cultivator, and I don't belong to any sect. When Chao Yuanji heard that Zhuowen was just a rogue cultivator with no sect, his eyes narrowed slightly as he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. When Chao Yuanji saw that this young man's cultivation had reached the 6th step of the Void Sky Realm, he thought that this young man was a disciple of some powerful force. Now that he knew that this young man was just a rogue cultivator, Chao Yuanji naturally felt a lot more at ease. Chao Yuanji led Zhuowen into a rather grand pavilion. He pointed at the empty hall and said, Brother Zhuo, sit in the hall for a while. I'll help you call Ziyuan. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. He didn't say anything, but nodded and entered the pavilion. Chao Yuanji looked at Zhuowen's back as a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he left the place. Sitting in a rather dark and gloomy hall, Zhuowen took out 9 beast bone array discs from his spirit ring. Soon after, he formed a seal with both hands. Immediately, the 9 beast bone array discs emitted a dark black light from their surface, before they entered the hall in 9 different directions. After doing all this, Zhuowen leisurely sat on his seat, as if he was really waiting for Chao Zuan. An hour later, Chao Yuanji came to the pavilion once again. Chao Ziyuan brought a middle-aged man with her. This middle-aged man looked quite similar to Chao Yuanji. He was even older than Chao Yuanji. Whether it was his temperament or strength, he was much stronger than Chao Yuanji. Chao Yuanji followed beside this middle-aged man with a respectful and reverent expression. Obviously, this middle-aged man's status in the Chao family was not low. "Little brother, I'm the patriarch of the Chao family, Chao Xianbing. I heard that you're Ziyuan's friend?" The middle-aged man walked in front of Chao Yuanji. As soon as he entered the pavilion, he laughed out loud. His voice contained a warm tone. Zhuowen smiled slightly and said, "So it's the patriarch of the Chao family. I am indeed Miss Ziyuan's friend. Just now, this person said that he was going to look for Miss Ziyuan. Why didn't Miss Ziyuan come, and instead blew the patriarch of the Chao family here?" Chao Xianbing didn't care about Zhuowen's attitude. Instead, he said with a pleasant expression, "It's like this. Ziyuan's father is heavily injured. She's worried about her father, so she went to her father's place first. So, she's unable to come see you, Brother Zhuo." Speaking up to here, Chao Xianbing took out a yellowed piece of paper from his bosom and passed it to Zhuowen. "Brother Zhuo, I heard from Ziyuan that you're a loose cultivator. You were able to cultivate to the 6-step void stage with your identity as a loose cultivator. It can be seen that your natural talent is extraordinary. If you're able to join a great power, then your accomplishments will definitely reach a higher level." Zhuowen glanced at the piece of paper in Chao Xuanbing's hand and sneered in his heart. This piece of paper was a contract. Zhuowen roughly scanned it with his divine sense and roughly understood the contents. The general content of this contract was for Zhuowen to join the Chao family. The Chao family would focus on nurturing him, and in return, Zhuowen had to unconditionally obey the Chao family's arrangements and follow their orders. Chapter 2281. Suppression Zhuowen received the contract, and then he raised his head to look at Chao Xianbing as he said, "Miss Yuan asked you to give this contract to me?" Chao Xianbing was still smiling. "No, it's just that our Chao family loves talented people. Brother Zhuo, you're a rogue cultivator. Joining our Chao family will only make things better for you. You'll also be a member of the Chao family in the future, so it'll be more convenient for you to do things outside." "I see. Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch Chao. I'll keep this contract for now. I need to think about it," Zhuowen said calmly. The smile on Chao Xuanbing's face gradually disappeared. He said indifferently, "Zhuo, that's not good. Our Chao family is one of the top 5 forces in the Gulen Galaxy. You'll only benefit from joining our Chao family. Sign this contract now." The smile in Zhuowen's eyes disappeared. He slowly stood up and looked at Chao Xianbing indifferently. "Patriarch Chao, are you trying to force me to sign this contract?" Chao Xuanbing's face became colder and colder. Before he could say anything, Chao Yuanji sneered, "Zhuo, we're not forcing you. We're just thinking for you. Otherwise, do you think you'll have such an opportunity in the future? This is a rare opportunity. You should cherish it. Otherwise, you'll be killed." Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. This Chao Yuanji dared to threaten him in public. He was too unscrupulous. Did he really think that Zhuowen was a pushover? Yes, Yuanji is right. You won't get a chance every time. You'd better cherish it. Chao Xianbing said calmly. Zhuowen was so angry that he laughed. He took out the contract again and tore it to pieces in front of Chao Xianbing and Chao Yuanji. Chao Xianbing and Chao Yuanji thought that Zhuowen had changed his mind when he took out the contract. However, their faces darkened when they saw Zhuowen tear the contract in front of them. "You're courting death." Chao Yuanji was furious. He waved his sleeve and threw a punch at Zhuowen. The surging divine power was like the endless water pressure at the bottom of the sea. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Originally, he wanted to talk nicely. Unfortunately, the two old men of the Chao clan were really unreasonable. Since that was the case, they couldn't blame Zhuowen for being impolite. Chao Yuanji's cultivation was slightly stronger than Xiangyuan's. He should be at the peak of the 7th step void sky stage, while Chao Xianbing, the patriarch of the Chao family, had already reached the 8th step void sky stage. After Chao Yuanji attacked, Chao Xianbing didn't do anything. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and looked coldly at Zhuowen. As far as he was concerned, Zhuowen was dead for sure. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the 6th step of the void sky realm, and the gap between him and Chao Yuanji wasn't small. Bang! A bloody light suddenly shot out from Zhuowen's spirit ring and fiercely hit Chao Yuanji's palm. Divine power surged out like waves crashing against the shore. Then, Chao Yuanji let out a muffled groan and retreated dozens of steps. The bloody light was also sent flying by Chao Yuanji's attack and landed beside Zhuowen. Needless to say, the bloody light was the Blood Immortal Sword. Although the Blood Immortal Sword's progress was fast, its strength was only at the peak of the 7th step void sky stage, which was about the same as Chao Yuanji's. Therefore, the two were evenly matched. What a powerful divine weapon! Chao Xianbing waved his sleeve and immediately stopped Chao Yuanji's retreating figure. He looked at the Blood Immortal Sword floating beside Zhuowen in surprise. But soon, the surprise in his eyes was replaced by greed. Chao Xianbing's vision wasn't low. He could tell at a glance that the bloody sword was extremely powerful. It was comparable to the peak of the 7th step void sky stage. If he could obtain such a bloody sword, it would be equivalent to obtaining a peak 7th step void sky stage expert. Haha, Shua Xiaoyu, I'll give you one more chance. Give the bloody sword to us, and we'll let you leave the Chao family. What do you think? Chao Xianbing laughed. His eyes were full of arrogance, as if his words were letting Zhuowen take advantage of him. Idiot! Zhuowen didn't bother with Chao Xianbing. He formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the 4 corners of the hall. Then 9 beast bone array discs flew out from the 4 corners and hovered above the hall, rotating violently. Trap and kill array. Chao Xianbing's eyes narrowed. He punched the array at the edge of the array, but unfortunately his punch couldn't break through the array. Clearly, it was a level 8 trap and kill array. Chao Xianbing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew that the white-clothed young man in front of him was a level 8 divine array master. Even the Chao family didn't have such a divine array master. It was unwise to offend such a divine array master. Zhuowen immediately activated the trap and kill array. Instantly, terrifying array attacks poured down like raindrops. Chao Xianbing and Chao Yuanji were immediately exhausted. Zhuowen, on the other hand, took out the bloody celestial sword. With a flash of bloody light, it flew toward Chao Yuanji and Chao Xianbing. Bang! Chao Yuanji was already on par with the Blood Immortal Sword. Now he was also busy dealing with the trap and kill formation around him. When the Blood Immortal Sword came at him, his hasty defense was of no use. In the end, the sword pierced his vital part. Chao Yuanji spat out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured and could no longer withstand the power of the trap and kill array. He was instantly shredded into a bloody mist. Wait, this is the Chao family. How dare you kill people in the Chao family? Are you looking for death? Chao Xianbing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was secretly regretting his actions. If he had known that the white-clothed young man was so terrifying, he wouldn't have provoked him. Although Chao Xianbing was an 8th-step Void Heaven expert, he was only at the early stage of the 8th-step Void Heaven expert. Moreover, Zhuo Wen's level 8 Death Trap Array was extremely terrifying. Even Chao Xianbing found it difficult to deal with it. He knew that if he continued to delay, he would die in this Death Trap Array sooner or later. Zhuo Wen completely ignored Chao Xuanbing's words. Instead, he formed a seal with his right hand and suddenly tapped the center of Chao Xuanbing's forehead. Zhuo Wen no longer concealed his terrifying pressure, and it swept over like a tidal wave. Chao Xianbing exclaimed in his heart. Although Zhuo Wen's cultivation was only at the level 6-step Void Sky, his aura was no weaker than Chao Xuanbing's. It was definitely not an aura that a level 6-step Void Sky cultivator could possess. Bang! Chao Xianbing was only able to block one of Zhuo Wen's moves. Then, Zhuo Wen's fist landed on his chest. Chao Xianbing spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't hold on any longer. He was sent flying and fell to the ground. "Who are you?" Chao Xianbing fell to the ground. His face was as pale as snow. He raised his head and looked at Zhuo Wen in disbelief. He didn't expect this white-clothed young man to have such terrifying strength. He clearly knew that with his current strength, he was no match for this white-clothed young man. Zhuo Wen waved his sleeve and put away the beast bone array disc. He looked down at Chao Xianbing indifferently. Although the strength of Zhuo Wen's main body was far inferior to Devourer's doppelganger, after absorbing the true dragon's blood, his physical strength was comparable to Devourer's. Coupled with the trap and kill array, he easily defeated Chao Xianbing. Chapter 2282. Blackwater Prison. Due to the short duration of the battle and the fact that it took place within the death trap array set up by Zhuo Wen, the Chao clan wasn't alerted. Zhuo Wen slowly walked over to Chao Xianbing and said indifferently, "I have no enmity with your Chao clan. I originally intended to talk nicely with you, but you're being overbearing. Tell me, where's Miss Ziyuan?" Chao Xuanbing's body trembled, and he fell silent. He now knew that the gap between him and the young man before him was too great. If he dared to make the slightest move, he would be killed immediately. Zhuo Wen knew that Chao Xianbing wouldn't say anything, so he didn't say anything. He suddenly placed his right hand on Chao Xuanbing's head and began to search his soul. Although Zhuo Wen's cultivation was slightly inferior to Chao Xuanbing's, his soul was much more powerful than Chao Xuanbing's. Coupled with the fact that Chao Xianbing was heavily injured and powerless to resist, it wasn't difficult for Zhuo Wen to search his soul. Zhuo Wen's gaze turned cold after he checked Chao Xuanbing's memories. Chao Xianbing was truly vicious. He actually threw his own younger brother and niece into the Blackwater prison for groundless crimes. Zhuo Wen had obtained all of Chao Xuanbing's memories, so he naturally knew that Chao Xianbing had set up all of this to frame Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan. His goal was to completely eliminate his second brother, who was a threat to his position as the patriarch of the Chao clan, as well as everyone related to him. Zhuo Wen also learned about the Blackwater prison from Chao Xuanbing's memories. He knew that the Blackwater prison was extremely vicious. "Take me to the Blackwater prison if you don't want to die," Zhuo Wen said coldly. Chao Xuanbing's body trembled. He hurriedly said, respectfully, "Junior dares not. Junior will take Senior to the Blackwater prison right away." At this moment, Chao Xuanbing's heart was filled with bitterness. The young man before him was extremely powerful, and even his soul was terrifying. Chao Xianbing had actually searched his soul so easily just now. He knew that it would be extremely easy for this person to destroy his soul. Chao Xianbing didn't have the slightest bit of hope when facing such a terrifying expert. As he spoke, Chao Xianbing respectfully led Zhuo Wen into the depths of the Chao family. Along the way, the members of the Chao family all bowed to Chao Xianbing. At the same time, they looked at the young man in white behind Chao Xianbing with surprise. As long as one was not a fool, one could tell that Chao Xianbing was extremely respectful to the white-clothed young man behind him. Many members of the Chao family were guessing Zhuowen's background. Soon, they arrived at the Blackwater prison. Chao Xianbing stood outside the gate and pointed at a huge black mountain in front of them. "Senior, the Blackwater prison is right ahead. Bring me in. If anything happens to the kite, don't blame me for being impolite," Zhuowen said indifferently. Chao Xuanbing's heart skipped a beat. He groaned inwardly. He hoped that Chao Ziyuan hadn't been punished yet. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble. Thinking of this, Chao Xianbing hurriedly brought Zhuowen into the Black Mountain. Chao Xianbing was the head of the Chao family, so he didn't encounter any obstacles when entering the Blackwater prison. The interior of the Blackwater prison was a black stone passageway that extended in all directions. Chao Xianbing walked very quickly and arrived at a stone hall. At this moment, the stone hall was heavily guarded. There were groups of guards guarding it. In the middle of the stone hall, a pale woman was hung up. Zhuowen took a closer look. Wasn't this woman Chao Ziyuan? "Head of the Chao family, why are you here?" A bald man with a large saber came before Chao Xianbing respectfully. His eyes were filled with confusion. Slap! Chao Xianbing slapped the bald man's face, knocking him to the ground. "How dare you tie up my niece here? Do you not respect me, the head of the Chao family?" Chao Xianbing shouted himself hoarse. The bald man was stunned. He thought to himself, "Isn't this your order, head of the Chao family?" Just as he was about to argue, Chao Xianbing slapped him again. This time the bald man's chin was cracked. The poor bald man didn't even know what happened before he fell unconscious on the ground. "Senior, it's my subordinate's fault. He actually locked up Ziyuan behind my back. If Senior is still angry, I'll kill him for you." Chao Xianbing turned around and cupped his hands toward Zhuowen with a flattering smile. Chao Xuanbing's humble attitude shocked everyone in the stone hall. Even Chao Ziyuan, who was hung up, was shocked. Everyone in the Chao family knew how strong Chao Xuanbing's personality was. No one dared to disobey Chao Xianbing, and Chao Xianbing wouldn't allow anyone to disobey him. It was even more impossible for him to be so humble in front of others. But now, Chao Xianbing was actually acting so submissive in front of a young, white-clothed youth in front of everyone. This truly shocked everyone. Chao Ziyuan's beautiful eyes finally landed on the white-clothed young man. Especially when she saw his face, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Big brother Fu." Chao Ziyuan had mixed feelings. She knew that Zhuowen was quite strong and had killed the experts of the shark-slaughtering fleet. However, whether it was the thin man or the strong man, their cultivation didn't exceed the 6th step of the Void Sky stage. Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the 6th step of the Void Sky stage. The gap between him and Chao Xianbing, who was at the 8th step of the Void Sky stage, was not small. But now, Chao Xianbing was speaking so humbly to Zhuowen. Chao Ziyuan knew that there was only one possibility, and that was that this Zhuowen was definitely stronger than Chao Xianbing. Otherwise, Chao Xianbing wouldn't have shown such a respectful expression. Zhuowen glanced at Chao Xianbing indifferently. He knew that this old man was putting on an act for him to see. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and put Ziyuan down." Chao Xianbing saw that Zhuowen didn't reply, so he tactfully shouted at the others in the stone hall. After Chao Xianbing shouted, the stone hall immediately became lively. 2 of the soldiers hurriedly stepped forward and put Chao Ziyuan down, then brought her to Chao Xianbing. "Ziyuan, your uncle didn't manage things well and caused you to suffer. How about this? Your uncle won't let you suffer. Whatever compensation you want, your uncle will fulfill your wish." Chao Xianbing looked kindly at Chao Ziyuan. His voice was filled with deep concern. Unfortunately, Chao Ziyuan completely ignored him. She looked at Chao Xianbing and said coldly, "I don't want anything. I only want you to immediately release my father. In the future, my father and I will have nothing to do with your Chao clan. Ever since she found out that Chao Xianbing had schemed to harm her father, no one in the Chao clan had pleaded for her father or said a word of justice. Chao Ziyuan was thoroughly disappointed in the Chao clan. She decided that after saving her father, she would leave the Chao clan. You heard what Miss Ziyuan said, right? Release her father. Zhuowen said indifferently. Chao Xianbing revealed a difficult expression. However, under Zhuowen's cold gaze, he could only nod and agree. Come with me. Chapter 2283. Chao Feng. The passageway emitted an unpleasant stench. After about an hour, Chao Xianbing stopped and pointed at the iron fence in front of them. Second brother is locked in there. At this moment, Zhuowen's gaze passed through the iron fence and landed on a figure hanging on an iron pillar. This figure's hands were chained and hung on the iron pillar. This person's hair was disheveled and his head drooped. He was naked and his body was covered with wounds. Upon closer inspection, there was not a single patch of normal skin. Inside the iron fence, the incomparably black water submerged this person's body from the head down. Zhuowen could clearly see that there were countless black insects in the black water, constantly moving into the wounds on this person's body. This person's head drooped numbly as if he had lost all sense of pain. Father! Chao Ziyuan's beautiful eyes streamed with tears. When she was about to throw herself at the iron fence, she was stopped by Zhuowen. Zhuowen took out 9 beast bone array discs and placed them in front of the iron fence. The beast bone array discs then arranged themselves into a strange array. Following that, waves of invisible waves appeared on the surface of the iron fence. Finally, the iron fence shattered into pieces. Zhuowen's right hand formed a seal. The black water floating inside the iron fence suddenly dispersed and disappeared. All of it was annihilated by the power of the beast bone array discs. When Chao Xianbing saw Zhuowen's move, the fear in his eyes became even more intense. He was certain that this white-clothed youth in front of him was not an ordinary level 8 divine array master. He knew that he could not afford to offend such an expert. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and gently placed this disheveled figure in front of Chao Ziyuan. At this moment, Zhuowen finally noticed the wounds on this person's body. His gaze couldn't help but freeze. This person's injuries were extremely terrifying. Almost all of the flesh on his body had been gnawed away, leaving only a thin layer of flesh stuck to the bones. Inside the bones, there were all wriggling black insects. Countless of them were wriggling in this person's chest and abdomen, making one's scalp tingle. If this person didn't have a trace of life remaining, Zhuowen would have thought that this person was dead for sure. When Chao Ziyuan saw Chao Feng in such a state, her tears couldn't help but flow down. Chao Xuanbing's eyes flickered. He carefully glanced at Zhuowen, but his heart was pounding. From Chao Xuanbing's point of view, he knew that Chao Feng was basically impossible to save. He was afraid that Chao Ziyuan was blinded by hatred. She would recklessly ask this white-clothed youth to kill Chao Feng. Chao Ziyuan and Chao Feng. Chao Feng was Chao Xuanbing's. Chao Xianbing was Chao Feng's was. Was Chao Xianbing had Chao's? Xianbing didn't care. And Chao Xuanbing's didn't was Xianbing. Xianbing was of the Xianbing. Chao Xianbing and Lu could Chao Feng. Miss Ziyuan, move aside for a moment. Your father can still be saved. Zhuowen said solemnly. Chao Ziyuan, who was originally grief-stricken, was immediately overjoyed after hearing this. Chao was a. Chao Feng, of course. She, of course. She. Chao could not Feng to she was she. Chao Ziyuan quickly thanked him and gave up her seat. Zhuowen, on the other hand, had a solemn expression. He had the heavenly domain starry sky essence on him. Chao Feng was not dead yet. As long as he consumed the heavenly domain starry sky essence, he would be able to recover by more than half. The black insects had to be taken out before Zhuowen could help Chao Feng recover. Otherwise, even if he consumed the heavenly domain starry sky essence, it would be useless. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's surging divine soul entered Chao Feng's body like countless tiny tentacles. Then he used the soul-slaying technique to kill the black insects. Zhuowen's movements were very gentle. He didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, even Chao Feng's life would be annihilated by the soul-slaying technique. After half an hour, the black insects in Chao Feng's body were finally expelled by Zhuowen. Then Zhuowen took out a drop of heavenly domain starry sky essence from his spirit ring and fed it to Chao Feng. After consuming the heavenly domain starry sky essence, Chao Feng, who was on the brink of death, had his life force rapidly strengthened. His flesh and blood grew back. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chao Feng opened his eyes and looked around in a daze. "Father, you're finally awake." Chao Ziyuan threw herself into Chao Feng's arms. Chao Xianbing, who was watching from the side, was shocked. He obviously didn't expect Zhuowen to save Chao Feng in such a short time. "I didn't die," Chao Feng muttered to himself. Chao Feng muttered to himself as he hugged Chao Ziyuan. His gaze quickly landed on Chao Xianbing. He didn't get angry and instead calmly said, "Big brother, can you give me an explanation? I don't think I have done anything wrong to the Chao family. Why are you doing this to me?" Chao Xuanbing's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Chao Feng shook his head and stopped questioning Chao Xianbing. Instead, his gaze fell on Zhuowen. He looked at Zhuowen from head to toe. Then he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Zhuowen. He said, "I, Chao Feng, will never forget your kindness in saving my life." Although Chao Feng was on the brink of death, he was still conscious. Therefore, he knew that his life was saved by this young man in white. Zhuowen flicked his sleeve and helped Chao Feng up. He said, "Uncle Chao, you don't have to be so polite. Ziyuan is my friend. This is what I should do." As far as Zhuowen was concerned, saving Chao Feng was as easy as lifting a finger. Since he could help, he naturally wouldn't refuse. "How do you plan to deal with Chao Xianbing?" "If you want to kill him and become the new head of the Chao family, I can help you," Zhuowen said again. Chao Feng was shocked. Even though he knew that the young man before him wasn't simple, he only thought that the young man's strength was on par with Chao Xianbing. That was why Chao Xianbing was so polite to the young man. However, he never expected the young man to be so arrogant. He actually said that he would kill Chao Xianbing and make him the head of the Chao family. He didn't take Chao Xianbing seriously at all. "Senior, I was wrong. Please let me live. I'm willing to give up the position of patriarch to my second brother. I only ask that you don't kill me." Chao Xianbing couldn't care about his so-called dignity any longer. He knelt on the ground with a thump. He knew that it was extremely easy for the young man to kill him. If Chao Feng really agreed, then he would definitely die. Zhuowen paid no attention to the trembling Chao Xianbing. Instead, he looked at Chao Feng and said, "You decide." Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan were simply flabbergasted. Obviously, they hadn't expected Chao Xianbing to kneel and beg for mercy just because of a single sentence from Zhuowen. They were trembling with fear. From this, it could be seen that the young man before them was far more terrifying than they'd imagined. "Second brother, it's all my fault. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to give up the position of patriarch. Please, I beg the senior." Chao Xianbing immediately kowtowed to Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan when he saw that Zhuowen wasn't moved. Chapter 2284. Eroding bone. Zhuowen glanced at Chao Feng in surprise. He didn't expect Chao Feng to be so magnanimous. Chao Xianbing had caused him to be in such a state, yet he still intended to forgive Chao Xianbing. However, this was Chao Feng and Chao Xuanbing's family matter, so Zhuowen didn't intend to interfere. "Since that's the case, then forget it." Zhuowen nodded and didn't continue attacking. Instead, he said, "You two can leave later." I still have some matters that I need your help with. Chow Feng hurriedly said, Senior, please tell us what you need. This junior will do his best to help you. We'll talk about this later. Zhuowen waved his hand. His gaze fell on Chow Xianbing, who wasn't far away, and he said indifferently, Why aren't you scramming? Chow Xianbing obediently stood up and left the place in a hurry. As soon as Chow Xianbing left, Zhuowen also left the Blackwater prison with Chow Feng and Chow Ziyuan. Zhuowen stood outside the Blackwater prison and looked at it indifferently. Then he flicked his finger, and a divine sword wrapped in violent lightning and fire energy shot out. Xiao He, destroy the Blackwater prison, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Xiao He, who was sitting on the sword's hilt, chuckled. He controlled the Thunderfire sword and turned it into a sword ray. Rumble! The Thunderfire sword slashed out fiercely. Instantly, lightning and fire energy shot out like an endless rain and fell on the Blackwater prison. Xiao Hei's strength grew rapidly. Although Xiao He hadn't displayed his true strength, Zhuowen guessed that this guy was at least at the intermediate Void Sky, 8 steps Void Sky realm. It was more than enough to destroy the Blackwater prison. Rumble! The lightning and fire energy was too terrifying. The black rocks outside the Blackwater prison were directly melted by the lightning and fire energy. Within 10 breaths, the huge Blackwater prison was completely annihilated into nothingness under the bombardment of the frightening lightning and fire energy. The destruction of the Blackwater prison shocked the entire Chow family. Chow Xianbing, who had left the Blackwater prison, looked at the scene in fear. He was shocked and fearful. The interior of the Blackwater prison was full of restrictions. Even he would have to spend some effort to destroy it. However, the white-clothed young man had destroyed the entire Blackwater prison just by summoning another divine sword. How could Chow Xianbing not know the difference between him and the white-clothed young man? Thinking of this, Chow Xianbing finally let go of the last bit of resistance in his heart. Let's go. After destroying the Blackwater prison, Zhuowen brought Chow Feng and Chow Ziyuan away from the Chow family. The Chow family, on the other hand, was in an uproar. The Blackwater prison had existed since the Chow family's establishment. Now that it was destroyed, it could be said to be an unprecedented matter. The Ancient Orchid Restaurant was the most famous restaurant in the Ancient Orchid Celestial River. Zhuowen brought Chow Feng and Chow Ziyuan to sit by the window on the second floor of the Ancient Orchid Restaurant, silently tasting the restaurant's famous wines and delicacies. Zhuowen put down his wine cup and looked at Chow Feng and Chow Ziyuan with a smile. He said, I have heard of the famous space-time Quicksand River. This time, I came to the Guilin Galaxy mainly for the space-time Quicksand River. However, I heard from Miss Yuan that the entrance to the space-time Quicksand River collapsed 1,000 years ago. Therefore, it is basically impossible for ordinary people to enter. The only way is through the Quicksand family. As for the specific conditions to enter the space-time Quicksand River, can the two of you tell me? Chow Feng was stunned. He immediately reacted and said in a deep voice, Senior, so you plan to enter the space-time Quicksand River? The method to enter the space-time Quicksand River is indeed guarded by the Quicksand family. However, if you want to enter, you need the permission of the Quicksand family's strongest expert, Kuang Li. Zhuowen nodded his head. Chow Ziyuan had told him about this before, so he wasn't surprised. How can I obtain Kuang Li's permission? Zhuowen continued to ask. Chow Feng's expression became a little awkward as he smiled and said, Obtaining Kuang Li's permission is actually both simple and difficult. What do you mean? Zhuowen asked in surprise. If you want to enter the space-time Quicksand River, you must give Kuang Li a gift. Only something that satisfies Kuang Li can obtain permission to enter the space-time Quicksand River, Chow Ziyuan interjected. Hearing this, a strange light flashed across Zhuowen's eyes. He had always thought that obtaining Kuang Li's permission would be some kind of trial or test, but he never expected that it would actually be a gift. The more valuable the gift, the better. Even though Zhuowen felt it was very strange, he still asked the question in his heart. There should be a standard for giving a gift, right? However, Chao Feng shook his head and said, Quan Li's temperament is rather strange and temperamental. The more valuable the gift, the better it is to his taste, the better it is. If it happens to be something that Quan Li needs, even a level 1 divine medicine might be approved. If it doesn't suit his taste, even a level 8 divine medicine might not necessarily be approved. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this, and then he said, I hope Miss Yuan and Uncle Chao Feng can lead me over to the Quicksand clan. Chao Feng nodded. After he found out that Zhuowen wanted to enter the space-time Quicksand River, Chao Ji knew that Zhuowen definitely wanted to go to the Quicksand family. Senior, follow me. I've been to the Quicksand family a few times, and I know some friends there. I can recommend Senior to enter the Quicksand family, Chao Feng said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Chao Feng. Also, Uncle, don't call me Senior, just call me by my name, Zhuowen said with a happy expression. Chao Feng said seriously, don't say that. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so it's not wrong for me to call you Senior. However, if you're not used to it, I'll call you Brother Zhuo in the future, haha. Zhuowen smiled slightly. The three of them chatted for a while longer before getting up and preparing to leave the Gulen restaurant. Oh, so it's the Chao family's second master and Miss Yuan. What a coincidence to be able to meet the two of you here. An untimely voice suddenly sounded out from behind. Zhuowen, Chao Feng, and Chao Yuan turned around and saw a tall and thin man with a deathly pale face slowly walking over. Behind this tall and thin man, there were 4 people trembling in fear. Looking carefully, these 4 people all had powerful auras. They were all experts of the 7th level of Void Sky. As for the tall and thin man walking at the front, his aura was the strongest. Zhuowen could tell with a glance that this tall and thin man's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of Void Sky, and the 4 people behind him were basically only at the early stage of the 7th level of Void Sky. Such a team, no matter where it was, could not be underestimated. It's the captain of the Shark Fleet, Shirgu. Such a big shot actually appeared in the Gulen restaurant. Looking at Shirgu's appearance, he should be here for Chao Feng and Chao Yuan. How did these two offend such a troublesome fellow like Shirgu? Chapter 2285. 1. Move. Chao Feng looked at Shirgu with hostility. He had learned from Chao Yuan that she was chased by the shark slaughtering fleet on her way back to the Chao family and almost lost her life. Therefore, Chao Feng didn't have a good impression of the shark slaughtering fleet. Shirgu, I don't have any relationship with you. Get lost now and don't appear in front of me, Chao Feng said coldly. Shirgu's eyes were cold as he coldly snorted. He first glanced at Chao Yuan, who was beside Chao Feng, before his gaze landed on Zhuowen, who was standing behind Chao Feng. Chao Feng's cultivation was also at the peak of the Void Sky 7 step, and he was second only to Chao Xianbing in the Chao family. Shirgu wasn't confident that he could defeat Chao Feng. Moreover, after Chao Yuan failed the assassination mission, Shirgu didn't care much about it. What he cared about was the death of 2 of his subordinates. Moreover, they died in the hands of an unknown brat. Shirgu stared coldly at Zhuowen and grinned. Void Sky 6 step? Not bad, not bad. Looking at your young age, you can cultivate to the Void Sky 6 step. It's obvious that your talent is excellent. Shirgu looked at Chao Feng and said coldly, Second Master Chao, I'm not here for you today. I'm here for the brat behind you. This brat is very courageous. He killed many of my shark slaughtering fleet's people. Hearing this, Chao Feng's gaze became extremely strange. Chao Feng had personally experienced Zhuowen's strength in the Chao family. Even Chao Xianbing was scared to the point of kneeling in front of Zhuowen. It was obvious that Zhuowen's strength was definitely above the Void Sky 8 step. It wasn't that Chao Feng looked down on Shirgu, but Shirgu was only at the peak of the Void Sky 7 step. His strength was much weaker than Chao Xuanbing's. Even Chao Xianbing didn't dare to provoke Zhuowen. This Shirgu must have a screw loose in his head. He actually dared to provoke Zhuowen. Wasn't he seeking his own death? The crowd was in an uproar, and some even shook their heads. They all thought that Shirgu would look for Chao Feng to cause trouble. These were two great experts at the peak of Void Sky 7-step. If they really fought, then it would be a good show. But to their disappointment, not only did the two of them not meet, Shirgu even found the white-clothed youth who was only at the Void Sky 6 steps. The difference between Void Sky 6-step and Void Sky 7-step was not small. In their opinion, if Shirgu really looked for trouble with the white-clothed youth, the white-clothed youth would definitely die. Of course, there were also some people who were filled with righteous indignation. They felt that Shirgu was bullying the weak. Chao Feng, you don't have to interfere in this matter today. If you interfere, you can't blame me for being ruthless. Shirgu said in an imposing manner. The strange look in Chao Feng's eyes grew even more intense. He shook his head and said, I won't interfere in this matter. If you want to take revenge on Brother Zhua, I won't stop you or oppose you. Shirgu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Chao Feng to be so easy to talk to. From the way Chao Feng and the white-robed young man chatted happily at the table, it was clear that Chao Feng and the white-robed young man had a good relationship. Originally, Shirgu wanted to pay a price to prevent Chao Feng from interfering. But now, he discovered that Chao Feng had no intention of helping the white-robed young man. Only Zhuowen knew that in Chao Feng's eyes, Shirgu was just a clown. Chao Feng naturally wouldn't help Zhuowen block Shirgu. Little bastard, if you have the guts, come out of the Gulan restaurant and fight with me. If you don't, you can be a coward. I will wait outside the Gulan restaurant until you come out. Shirgu coldly looked at Zhuowen and said. Zhuowen found it funny. He glanced at Shirgu, stepped on the air with his right foot, and flew out of the Gulan restaurant. He said indifferently, I'm not interested in being a coward. As for fighting with you, there's no need. I only need to use one move. One move? I think you won't even have the chance to use one move. Shirgu was startled at first, but then he laughed coldly and also jumped out of the Gulan restaurant. It was obvious that Shirgu had misunderstood Zhuowen's meaning. This brat is quite gutsy. He actually rushed out of the Gulan restaurant to fight with Shirgu so straightforwardly. Although his guts are not small, he is brave but not smart. He is too sharp. I'm afraid he will die young. When Zhuowen and Shirgu flew out of the Gulan restaurant, many cultivators in the restaurant were waiting with raised heads, their eyes revealing an expression of watching a show. Of course, in the eyes of most people, Shirgu would definitely win this battle. After all, Shirgu's cultivation was much higher than the white-robed youth's. Brat, you have guts. As a reward, I'll let you make a move first. Make your move first. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to make your move again. Shirgu placed his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. It was obvious that he did not place Zhuowen in his eyes at all. Shirgu's actions naturally received the cheers of many cultivators in the Gulan restaurant. There were even some cultivators who praised Shirgu for his gentlemanly demeanor. Are you sure? Zhuowen said indifferently. You talk a lot of nonsense. If I let you make the first move, then make the first move. Why are you still talking so much nonsense? Shirgu frowned and scolded Zhuowen rather impolitely. However, not long after he finished scolding, his expression suddenly changed. Zhuowen took out an ink-black phagocytosis from his spirit ring. Then the phagocytosis was taken out and instantly expanded to several 100 feet in size. It rumbled and smashed down, heavily smashing in front of Shirgu. The phagocytosis had already unlocked 2,000 restrictions. Its power was much more terrifying than before. As soon as the phagocytosis appeared, the surrounding space began to tremble and compress violently. This terrifying power immediately alarmed the entire Gulan restaurant and the surrounding starry sky. Shirgu's pupils shrank to the size of needles. His heart was beating violently. A sense of death spread from his heart. He knew he was finished. The phagocytosis's power was too terrifying. Shergu also remembered the mocking smile on Chao Feng's face. At first he did not understand, but now he did. He understood that this white-robed young man was not an ordinary Void Sky 6 Steps expert, but an expert who was far more terrifying than him. However, it was too late for regrets. The phagocytosis fell in front of him like a mountain. Shergu could only try his best to block the phagocytosis. Otherwise, he would really die here. Thinking of this, Shergu raised both of his hands. Then, a terrifying divine power gushed out. Boom! Unfortunately, Shergu's defense was in vain. The phagocytosis was like a hot knife through butter. It easily crushed Shergu's entire body like a piece of tofu. Shergu's entire body was crushed into countless pieces. Just like that, he died in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, the entire Gulan restaurant fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the huge phagocytosis outside, as well as Shergu, who was crushed into powder under the phagocytosis. Chapter 2286. Lugu, let's go. Zhuowen no longer paid attention to the stupefied cultivators in the Gulan restaurant. With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned a flying ship, beckoned Chao Feng and Chao Huan to board, and then left. It was not until a long time after Zhuowen left that the silent Gulan restaurant finally burst into an uproar. The chief commander of the shark-slaughtering fleet, Shergu, was quite famous in the Gulan galaxy and was one of the few seventh-step Void Sky experts. But today, Shergu challenged a junior with a 6 steps Void Sky cultivation and was defeated in a single move. This shocked everyone in the old Orchid Star River. The Quicksand family was located in the central region of the Gulan galaxy. From a distance, it could be seen that the Quicksand family occupied hundreds of the best life planets in the central region of the Gulan galaxy. With so many life planets connected together, they formed a dazzling starland. This was the Quicksand family. Under Chao Feng's guidance, Zhuowen's flying ship quickly entered the Quicksand family's territory, but it was intercepted halfway. A team of black-armored soldiers intercepted the flying ship. This team stood on the back of a huge star beast. The leader of the team was a valiant young woman. This young woman was wrapped in black armor, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. Although her face was not beautiful, she had a different kind of charm. Zhuowen looked over and found that the entire group of cultivators, including the young woman in the lead, had arrogant expressions on their faces. When Zhuowen, Chao Feng, and Chao Ziwan stepped off the flying ship, the young woman glanced at the three of them coldly and said, "Who are you? Why have you come to the Quicksand family?" Chao Feng said politely, "This one is Chao Feng of the Chao family. This time, we are here for the space-time Quicksand River. So, it's the second master of the Chao family." The young woman's expression relaxed, and she immediately continued, "If you want to enter the space-time Quicksand River, I think Second Master Chao knows the rules, right?" "I know. Lu Gu told me a lot about the space-time Quicksand River," Chao Feng said with a slight smile. When the young woman heard Chao Feng mention Lu Gu's name, her beautiful eyes shrunk imperceptibly and her attitude became more cautious than before. The change in the young woman's expression naturally did not escape Zhuowen's eyes. It seemed that Chao Feng's friend had a high status in the Quicksand family. Otherwise, the young woman would not show such a cautious expression. "Second Master Chao, if you want to find Sir Lu, I can help you inform him," the young woman said warmly. Waving his hand, Chao Feng smiled. "There's no need for that. I have Lu Zhu's contact number. I just sent him a message, so he should be here soon. In that case, we won't disturb Second Master Chao." The young woman nodded and left with her team. Not long after the young woman left, a long rainbow flew out from the depths of the Quicksand family and finally stopped in front of Zhuowen's group. This was a young man who was slightly plump. He had a sincere smile on his face and seemed a little naive. He gave people the impression that he was an honest and considerate person. Zhuowen glanced at the young man in surprise because the young man's cultivation was not high. He was only at the peak of the 6th step of the Void Sky Realm. Of course, Zhuowen was not only surprised by the young man's attitude, but also Chao Feng's attitude towards the young man. Chao Feng hurriedly went up to greet the young man with a smile on his face. He faced the young man with great enthusiasm, but the young man's expression was slightly arrogant. Although Chao Feng's cultivation was far higher than the young man's face was still full of arrogance. Of course, he did not look down on others. After all, Chao Feng was not an ordinary person. He would not ignore him. On the other hand, Chao Ziyuan was unhappy. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the young man with a trace of disdain. Big brother Zhua, this is Lu Zhu, one of the deacons of the Quicksand family. My father has always treated him as a friend and often shared good things with him. Moreover, he helped Lu Zhu whenever he could. However, ever since my father was imprisoned by Chao Xianbing, Lu Zhu disappeared from the world and did not ask about my father's affairs. Chao Ziyuan naturally saw the surprise on Zhuowen's face and could not help but transmit her voice to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. He now understood why Chao Ziyuan showed such disdain towards Lu Zhu. It seemed that Lu Zhu did not treat Chao Feng as a true friend. However, from Chao Feng's attitude, it seemed that he really did treat Lu Zhu as a friend. What Zhuowen did not understand was that Lu Zhu was just a small deacon of the Quicksand family. How could he be so arrogant? What Zhuowen did not know was that the Quicksand family was the #1 family in the old Orchid Star River. They had the strongest powerhouses and the deepest heritage. Cultivators who could serve as deacons of the Quicksand family. Even if their cultivation was not high, their status and authority were sometimes much higher than the upper echelons of other forces. After all, this person represented the Quicksand family, a force that most cultivators in the old Orchid Star River could not afford to offend. This was also why Chao Feng was so polite to Lu Zhu, even though his cultivation was much higher than Lu Zhu's. Brother Lu, long time no see. How have you been? Chao Feng laughed and said. Lu Zhu also smiled and said, not bad. However, I haven't seen Brother Chao for a while. You should be busy with something, right? Chao Feng's expression turned cold as he smiled and said, yes, I was indeed busy with something and only found time to come out today. Speaking until here, Chao Feng pointed to Chao Ziyuan and Zhuowen behind him and said, this is my daughter, Ziyuan, and this is... When Chao Feng introduced Zhuowen, he paused for a moment. He was a little embarrassed as to how to introduce Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen was very strong, even more terrifying than his big brother Chao Xianbing. If he did not address him properly, it would not be good to leave a bad impression on Zhuowen. Just as Chao Feng was hesitating, Zhuowen took the initiative to step forward and said with a smile, I am Uncle Chao's nephew, Chao Ji. Brother Chao, so you have a nephew? How come I've never heard of it? Lu Zhu looked at Zhua when in surprise, but said with a smile. Chao Feng could only nod. Since Zhuowen admitted it himself, he could only accept this fake nephew. He is the son of a distant relative of mine. He was not from the old Orchid Star River and only recently arrived, so... Chao Feng smiled and said. Lu Zhu did not doubt it, but he was also a little surprised. It was not that he could not see Zhuowen's cultivation. Zhuowen's cultivation had already reached the Void Sky 6th step, so he should not be more than 1,000 years old. Your nephew's talent is very good. Your fortune is quite good. Lu Zhu retracted his gaze and looked at Chao Feng. Chapter 2287. Absorbing the starry sky divine veins. By the way, what brings Brother Chao to the Quicksand family? Lu Zhu cut to the chase. Chao Feng didn't hold back and said, we've come for the river of space-time, Quicksand this time. I hope, brother, Lu can give us a recommendation. In this way, we'll be able to avoid a great deal of trouble and procedures. With that, Chao Feng silently handed a spirit ring to Lu Zhu. Lu Zhu calmly put away the spirit ring. His divine sense had already quietly scanned the spirit ring, and a satisfied look appeared in his eyes. He smiled and said, "No problem, but you may need to wait for about 2 months. Lord Kuang Lu is currently refining a void sky divine artifact, and I'm afraid it will take another 2 months. I will inform you when Lord Kuang Lu comes out of seclusion." "It's fine. Since Lord Kuang Lu is busy, we won't disturb him. We'll wait for 2 months." Chao Feng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. Lu Zhu didn't look embarrassed at all. He smiled and said, "How about this? I'll arrange a place for the 3 of you to stay. I'll inform you in 2 months." After saying that, Lu Zhu brought the 3 of them into one of the life planets of the Quicksand family and chose a rather elegant pavilion for the 3 of them to live in. After settling the 3 of them, Lu Zhu took his leave. After Lu Zhu left, Zhuowen couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chao, is Kuang Lu of the Quicksand family an artifact refiner?" Chao Feng said in surprise, Brother Zhua, you didn't know. Lord Kuang Lu is not only the strongest expert in the Guilin galaxy, but he's also a renowned artifact refiner in the 6 Desires heavenly region." "Then, what kind of void sky divine artifact can Kuang Lu refine? Can he refine a secondary heaven breaking divine artifact?" Zhuowen's heart began to pound. "I have 4 Dao fruits that I obtained from Fatima Yujin. These 4 Dao fruits can be integrated into the phagocytosis, giving the phagocytosis Dao rhymes that surpass a secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact. If I want to integrate the Dao fruits into the phagocytosis, I must find a powerful artifact refiner. However, in the vast universe, finding a powerful artifact refiner was even more difficult than finding a divine array master. This was because blacksmiths were much rarer than divine array masters. Now that Zhuowen heard that you, Kuang Li, were a powerful weapon refiner, how could he not be excited?" Chao Feng pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I once heard that Lord Kuang Lu had once forged a sub-heaven breaking divine artifact, but the success rate was very low. However, he succeeded in forging a sub-heaven breaking divine artifact, and this matter shook the entire 6 Desires heavenly domain." Zhuowen was shocked. This Kuang Gravel was not simple. He had actually refined a secondary heaven-breaking divine tool. It had to be known that the majority of secondary heaven-breaking divine tools were either left behind from ancient times or formed naturally in the universe. The true forging method had long since declined. It was too difficult to find a powerful blacksmith now. Moreover, Zhuowen wasn't asking the blacksmiths to forge a sub-heaven-breaking divine artifact. Instead, he was asking them to fuse the Dao fruit into the phagocytosis. This was clearly much simpler than forging a sub-heaven-breaking divine artifact. Since Kuang Li had successfully forged a sub-heaven-breaking divine artifact, fusing the Dao fruit into the phagocytosis shouldn't be too difficult for him. "Brother Zhua, do you have something that you need Lord Kuang Li to refine for you?" Chao Feng saw through Zhuowen's intentions and couldn't help but ask. "Yes, I have a damaged divine tool. This divine tool is very important to me. However, I haven't been able to find a suitable blacksmith before. This time I met Kuang Li of the Quicksand family. It's really a bit of luck." Zhuowen smiled. Chao Feng frowned and said, Brother Zhua, it's not that I want to pour cold water on you, but Lord Kuang Li's temperament is extremely strange. When he helps others refine divine tools, it depends on his mood. In the past 100 years, he has only refined one divine tool for one person. Other than that, he has only refined divine tools for experiments, so Zhuowen understood Chao Feng's meaning. It was extremely difficult to get Kuang Li to help him refine divine tools. Of course, if the price was enough, Zhuowen didn't believe that Chao Feng wouldn't help him refine phagocytosis. Ever since he robbed many sects in the great Brahma domain and had a rich harvest in the bone world, Zhuowen was now a veritable rich man. His wealth could be described as comparable to a country. With his wealth, it shouldn't be too difficult to get Kuang Li to help him. After chatting with Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan for a while, Zhuo locked himself in his room. After setting up a powerful formation, Zhuo sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock and his eyes flickered. It's time to increase my realm. This time, I obtained many high-quality starry sky, divine veins in the small world on the blood-stained cliff. I wonder if these starry sky divine veins can help me break through the void sky 7th step? Zhuo muttered softly. With a flick of his finger, a starry sky divine vein that was dotted with stars appeared in front of Zhuo. The starry sky divine vein contained extremely rich starry sky energy. The starry sky divine vein that appeared in front of Zhuo was enough to cultivate thousands of true gods to the virtual sky world. Zhuo had hundreds and thousands of such starry sky divine veins, which was enough to show how rich Zhuo was now. Although such a starry sky divine vein was precious to ordinary cultivators and even priceless, for Zhuo it probably wasn't enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Ever since he absorbed the true dragon's blood, Zhuo discovered that the amount of energy he needed to cultivate was much greater than before. Furthermore, he discovered that although his realm was still at the 6th step of the void sky realm, his strength was constantly increasing, and at an extremely fast rate. Zhuo knew that all of this was because of the blood of the real dragon. Therefore, this time, Zhuo still felt a little uncertain about whether he could break through the void sky 7th step. Even though he had many starry sky divine veins, he was still quite worried. Let's absorb this starry sky divine vein first. Zhuo shook his head and didn't think much about it. He closed his eyes slightly and pressed his hands on the starry sky divine vein. Suddenly, waves of rich starry sky energy flowed from the starry sky divine vein along Zhuo's arms and into his 8 extraordinary meridians. 1 month later, Zhuo suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the dried-up, starry sky, divine vein in front of him and sighed in his heart. This is already the 10th starry sky divine vein, but my cultivation has only reached the peak of the void sky 6th step. I'm still a bit away from the void sky 7th step. Although Zhuo had only consumed 10 starry sky divine veins, he knew himself well. He was still a distance away from the void sky 7th step. Even if he absorbed more starry sky divine veins, it wouldn't help him. After all, he couldn't comprehend it. If he spoiled it with excessive enthusiasm, the gains would not make up for the losses. Chapter 2288. Wind disaster. Of course, there was another reason why he opened his eyes. It was because there was finally some movement from his doppelganger. His doppelganger had always been placed in the Canglan secret territory to absorb the disaster crystal veins for cultivation. When his doppelganger was a 1 disaster true god and a 2 disasters true god, his speed of absorbing the disaster crystal veins was extremely fast. But after Zhuo became a thunder fire true god, his speed of absorbing the disaster crystal veins had become much slower. His doppelganger only needed 1 or 2 months to absorb a small mountain of disaster crystal veins. But now, it could not finish absorbing it even after a few years. Today, even though the avatar failed to absorb all the calamity crystals in the surrounding hills, it finally welcomed the arrival of the long-awaited calamity wind disaster. Walking out of his residence, Zhuo sent a message to Chao Feng and quietly left the area where the Quicksand family was located. In the extreme north of the old Orchid Galaxy, there was a huge galaxy. This galaxy contained a terrifying amount of ice element. Looking from afar, it was simply an endless ice field. This place was considered a famous danger zone in the old Orchid Galaxy. It was called the Death Ice Field. The ice element in this place was extremely terrifying. It constantly flowed and raged, forming all kinds of ice element attacks such as blizzards, ice blades, and so on. Generally speaking, riches and honor were found in danger. The more dangerous a place was, the more likely it was to be accompanied by great wealth and treasures. However, The death ice field was definitely an exception. This was because this place was a famous wasteland. Once, the strongest expert in the old Orchid Galaxy, Kwang Li, explored the death ice field but found nothing. Because of this, coupled with the fact that the death ice field was not small, it caused this place to be deserted. Now, there was no one at all. This was also the main reason why Zhuowen chose the death ice field. After all, the best place to undergo the tribulation was naturally a deserted area. Otherwise, if the tribulation was too loud, it would be easy to be discovered by others. This was not the result that Zhuowen wanted. After entering the death ice field, Zhuowen immediately felt a cold resistance. Obviously, the cold air in the death ice field was quite terrifying. Otherwise, it would not have given Zhuowen such resistance. Zhuowen did not want to waste too much time in front of this cold qi, and immediately brought out the everlasting ice lotus. The everlasting ice lotus contained the origin of ice, and possessed a powerful commanding power that ruled over other cold energies. In front of the everlasting ice lotus, the cold energy of the death ice plains was nothing. With the boundless ice lotus in hand, Zhuowen entered the deepest part of the icy plains of death like a hot knife through butter. Finally, he stopped at an empty space. Zhuowen waved a sleeve and summoned the black-clothed Zhuowen. At this moment, the black-clothed Zhuowen's face was flushed red as if he was enduring something. Zhuowen knew that his clone was enduring the erosion of the wind disaster. The wind disaster was the most terrifying of the three disasters. Moreover, the wind in the wind disaster was not the wind from the east, west, north, or south. It was not the wind from the north, nor was it the wind from the flowers, willows, pines, and bamboo, blowing from the fontanelle to the 6 bowels, passing through the dantian and the 9 apertures, dissipating the bones and flesh. The body will know the solution. It could be said that the wind disaster did not come from the outside to the inside, but from the inside to the outside, directly scraping the body. It should be known that even for a cultivator, the body was very weak. Moreover, there was no divine weapon to defend against the wind disaster. As the wind disaster came from the inside, it was imaginable how much damage it would cause to a cultivator's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Moreover, Zhuowen also realized that ever since his clone became the real god of thunder and fire, the power of the wind disaster was much stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Zhuowen's original body was in deep thought, the clone that was floating in the icy plains let out a groan, and a gust of wind gushed out from the apertures on his entire body. The gust of wind was grayish-black in color. If one did not pay attention, one might think that it was smoke. However, if one were to take a closer look, it was actually a grayish-black gust of wind. The grayish-black gust of wind gathered continuously and formed a huge tornado in the end. As soon as the tornado appeared on the icy plains, the solid icy plains began to collapse and crumble. It was actually blown into fine powder by the wind. The gust of wind gushing out from the clone's apertures grew stronger and stronger, and the surrounding icy plains began to crumble. It was a spectacular sight to behold. Fortunately, there were no signs of human habitation within a radius of tens of millions of li around the death icy plains. Therefore, this sensational event did not attract the attention of the cultivators of the Gulen Star River. The wind disaster lasted for a full day and night. When the wind disaster finally ended, the black-clothed Zhuowen's entire body went limp and fell to the ground. Zhuowen's original body supported the black-clothed Zhuowen, but his gaze became extremely cautious. At this moment, the black-clothed Zhuowen was extremely weak. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were almost completely destroyed by the wind disaster. If not for the fact that the black-clothed Zhuowen's original body was devour, which gave him an extremely strong vitality, the black-clothed Zhuowen would have already died. What a terrifying wind disaster! This is only the first wind disaster. Zhuowen's gaze was cold. After experiencing the first and second wind disasters, Zhuowen had actually grasped a certain pattern. Generally speaking, The first wind disaster was the most terrifying, and the subsequent ones were relatively simple. This was the first hurdle. However, the ninth wind disaster was another hurdle. The ninth wind disaster was far more terrifying than the first wind disaster. It was even more terrifying than the previous wind disasters combined. The third hurdle was the 14th wind disaster, and the final hurdle was the 20th wind disaster. This was the conclusion that Zhuowen had reached after experiencing the two wind disasters. This wind disaster should also follow the same pattern. The first wind disaster would be more powerful and terrifying than the following 7 wind disasters. Since Zhuowen could survive the first wind disaster, it meant that he did not need to worry about the remaining 7 wind disasters. However, when it came to the 9th wind disaster, Zhuowen would have to pay extra attention. After that, it would be the 14th wind disaster and finally the 19th wind disaster. Zhuowen knew that once he survived the 19th wind disaster, he would be teleported to the Tower of Hanoi. This was a backup plan that Lord Brahma had arranged for him long ago. Moreover, after surviving this wind disaster, although Zhuowen did not find that the strength of his doppelganger had increased by much, the toughness of his internal organs was much stronger than before. Zhuowen knew very well that once his avatar's internal organs were repeatedly tempered and cultivated internally and externally, it would be very difficult for external attacks to inflict internal injuries on him. After all, even his internal organs had been tempered to be indomitable. Unless it was a fatal injury, Zhuowen would not easily suffer internal injuries. After the black-clothed Zhuowen took a drop of heavenly domain starry sky essence, he was taken into the Canglan secret realm by Zhuowen's main body to recuperate in peace. Zhuowen, on the other hand, left the icy field of death. After following the original path back to the residence arranged by Lu Zhu of the Quicksand family, Zhuowen went into seclusion again. In the remaining month, Zhuowen spent all his time on the Dao fruit and the heavenly Dao blood. The Dao fruit was born from the cultivation ground of a Dao confirming expert, while the heavenly Dao blood was obtained by a void Sky 9 Ascension expert who comprehended the heavenly Dao. Although the void Sky 9 Ascension expert was far weaker than a Dao confirming expert, the heavenly Dao blood was the essence of the heavenly Dao confirming expert. Although the heavenly Dao blood was much stronger than the heavenly Dao blood, the essence of the heavenly Dao blood was the same as the essence of the heavenly Dao blood. Chapter 2289. Not there another month passed. At this moment, Zhuowen's door was knocked. Zhuowen woke up from his meditation. Brother Zhua, 2 months have passed. Lord Kuang Li has also successfully come out of seclusion. Chao Feng's voice came from outside the room. Zhuowen nodded and put away the heavenly Dao blood and Dao fruit. With a wave of his sleeve, he removed the restrictions around the room and opened the door. Outside the door, Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan stood quietly. When they saw Zhuowen come out, they revealed a trace of joy. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the area behind Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan. He frowned slightly. He didn't see Lu Zhu's figure. Generally speaking, Lu Zhu would have arranged for them to stay here. When Kuang Li came out of seclusion, he should have brought them to Kuang Li's reception hall. However, Lu Zhu didn't appear today. Chao Feng saw the unhappy expression on Zhuowen's face. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Brother Zhua, Brother Lu was delayed by something, so he couldn't make it. However, he already gave me the address of Lord Kuang Li's reception hall. We can go there ourselves. Chao Ziyuan pouted her cherry lips. Clearly, she didn't like Lu Zhu's actions. Zhuowen nodded. He didn't care too much about Lu Zhu. His goal this time was the river of space-time quicksand. Moreover, he heard that Kuang Li was a powerful artificer. He mainly wanted to see Kuang Li. As for that clown Lu Zhu, Zhuowen didn't care too much about him. The 3 of them didn't waste time talking. Chao Feng gave the address Lu Zhu gave him to Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked at the address and found that Kuang Li's reception hall wasn't far from here. He waved at Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan and the three of them rushed toward the address Lu Zhu gave him. Along the way, Zhuowen could see cultivators in all kinds of clothes flitting by. Moreover, they were heading toward Quang Li's reception hall. Moreover, Zhuowen could see that these cultivators did not belong to the Quicksand family. Brother Zhua, you are not the only one who wants to enter the river of space-time quicksand. Countless cultivators from the entire Gulanstar River want to enter as well. Not just the Gulanstar River, even cultivators from the distant star rivers have come because of its fame. Chao Feng seemed to have noticed the confusion on Zhuowen's face and explained with a smile. Zhuowen nodded in understanding. He knew very well that these cultivators did not enter the river of space-time quicksand for the space-time key. At any rate, aside from Zhuowen and King Devourer, there should not be a third person who knew where the space-time key was. Previously, he had learned from Chao Feng that the river of space-time quicksand possessed a powerful space-time law. The so-called space-time law was a combination of the space-time law and the space-time law. Besides the heavenly Tao law, the space-time law was another way to advance to the 9 steps void sky realm. Therefore, many powerful cultivators below the 9 steps void sky realm would enter the river of space-time quicksand to try. If one could comprehend the space-time law, the path to the 9 steps void sky realm would become much smoother. Of course, even if one could not fully comprehend the space-time law, being able to comprehend a part of it would greatly increase one's strength. Moreover, the river of space-time quicksand did not only have these benefits, it also contained many treasures related to space-time. Any one of these treasures could greatly increase a cultivator's strength. This was also the most important reason why so many cultivators flocked to this place. Moreover, it was said that once one entered the river of space-time quicksand, there was no concept of time or space. Many cultivators who had entered the river of space-time quicksand had gotten lost. Of course, most of those who could come out of the river of space-time quicksand had obtained a lot of good things and comprehended a certain amount of space-time law and space-time law. Coupled with a trace of luck, it was possible to leave the river of space-time quicksand. Although it was very dangerous, it could not stop the greed of many cultivators. Zhuowen was not worried. He already had a foundation in the space-time law and space-time law. He knew that as long as he entered the river of space-time quicksand and comprehended it, he would definitely gain something. Even if Zhuowen could not comprehend anything, he had the map provided by the Devourer Monarch. Not only did the map record the location of the space-time key, but it also recorded the route to leave the river of space-time quicksand. Therefore, Zhuowen was not very worried about not being able to leave the river of space-time quicksand. Of course, Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan were more worried about Zhuowen. They were worried that Zhuowen would get lost in the river of space-time quicksand. However, their advice did not have much effect on Zhuowen. Wild Gravel's residence was built alone on a planet full of vitality. This was a huge maze-like palace that occupied almost 1/3 of the planet. The remaining 2/3 were landscaped areas with birds chirping and flowers blooming, pavilions, rockery, and waterfalls. Everything one could think of could be found here. When Zhuowen and the other 2 entered the entrance of Wild Gravel's cave, they were stopped. A middle-aged man in a black robe walked in front of the team. He sized up Zhuowen and the other 2 and said indifferently, "What are the 3 of you doing here?" Zhuowen cupped his hands and said, "We are here to see Grandmaster Wild Gravel. Please let us in." The middle-aged man in a black robe narrowed his eyes and silently sized up Zhuowen. After waiting for a moment, he coldly snorted and said, "You can leave. Grandmaster Wild Gravel is not in the cave." Zhuowen frowned slightly. Lu Zhu clearly said that Grandmaster Wild Gravel had come out of seclusion. Why did this middle-aged man in a black robe say that Grandmaster Wild Gravel was not in? Just as Zhuowen was about to say something, a stream of light flew over and a young woman in green landed at the entrance. I want to see Grandmaster Wild Gravel. The woman in green said as she took out a lingji burning with purple flames from her spirit ring and handed it to the black-robed man. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. This lingji was no stranger to Zhuowen. It was a level 6 divine herb, purple flame lingji. It could be considered a very precious divine herb. Oh, go in. Grandmaster Wild Gravel is inside. The black-robed man put away the purple flame lingji and calmly moved aside to block the entrance. The woman in green nodded. She didn't find it strange and entered. Why are you still here? After the woman in green entered, the black-robed man stared at Zhuowen with a tyrannical gaze and said in an extremely unfriendly manner, Didn't you just say that Grandmaster Wild Gravel is not in? Why are you talking to that woman now? Zhuowen said calmly, Scram! The black-robed man coldly snorted and a powerful aura suddenly came crashing down. Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan, who were standing behind Zhuowen, were shocked. This black-robed man's cultivation was really powerful. He was actually an early-stage Void Sky 8 steps expert. The two of them immediately couldn't hold on. Zhuowen waved his sleeve, causing the black-robed man's crushing pressure to disperse inch by inch. On the other hand, Zhuowen stomped his right foot. Instantly, an invisible ripple spread out from the center of his right foot. Bang! Chapter 2290. Gift delivery. How dare you act so presumptuously in Master Quan Li's place? The black-robed man was furious, but he soon fell silent because Zhuowen took out a huge starry sky divine vein and suspended it in midair. Take it. Can I go in now? Zhuowen's eyes were calm. From the behavior of the green-robed woman just now, it could be seen that if one wanted to enter, they needed to give a gift. Therefore, Zhuowen couldn't break the rules. He just taught the black-robed man a lesson. Top-grade starry sky divine vein. The black-robed man was obviously a person who knew his stuff. He immediately recognized the starry sky divine vein that Zhuowen took out, and his eyes revealed a greedy look. Zhuowen threw the starry sky divine vein to the black-robed man and stared at him coldly. The black-robed man checked it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was no mistake, he put it away and immediately made way for Zhuowen politely. Zhuowen's gift was definitely much better than the green-robed woman's. Coupled with the powerful aura that Zhuowen just showed, the black-robed man wasn't a fool. If he still wanted to go against such a powerhouse, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? On the other hand, Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan, who were following behind Zhuowen, were shocked. They knew that Zhuowen was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. The black-robed man in front of them was definitely on the same level as their Chao family's patriarch, Chao Xianbing, but he was actually intimidated by Zhuowen's aura. In addition, Zhuowen didn't hesitate to take out a top-grade starry sky divine vein. It could be seen that Zhuowen was an extremely wealthy cultivator. After all, this starry sky divine vein was definitely a very important treasure in their Chao family, but Zhuowen casually took it out and gave it away. Let's go in. After the black-robed man stepped aside, Zhuowen led Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan into the door. Quan Li's cave was indeed very complicated. It was full of twists and turns, and was surrounded by powerful restrictions. Zhuowen could see that these restrictions were all very confusing. Even if it was Zhuowen, if he was not careful, he might also be deceived by these restrictions. Fortunately, after the three of them entered the door, a tall maid with a smile on her face appeared and led the three of them into the depths of the cave. After walking for about an hour, the maid brought the three of them to a huge square. At the end of the square, there was a magnificent palace. At the junction of the palace and the square, there was a white jade staircase with a 45-degree angle. Zhuowen counted and found that there were a total of 100 steps on the staircase. Three of you, follow the square, climb the stairs, and enter the palace. There will be people there to receive you. After the maid bowed politely, she left. Looks like there are a lot of people here to give gifts. Zhuowen smiled and looked at the square in front of him. He realized that there were many figures walking towards the palace at the end of the square. Among them, there was no lack of extremely powerful experts. Clearly, the space-time quicksand river was quite attractive to most cultivators. After passing through the square, the three of them entered the palace and were led into a private room by a boy. The private room wasn't big. The curtains in front were half closed, and one could see a rather large circular platform outside. Around the circular platform, there were many similar private rooms. Around the circular platform, there was a hazy light barrier, making it impossible to see what was in the center of the circular platform. Lord Quanli is on the platform. You can rest in the private room for a while. After Lord Quanli gives the order, you can enter the platform. However, before Lord Quanli gives the order, you can't act recklessly. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. After the boy finished speaking, he left the private room. This Quanli is really something. We've already entered, and this guy still wants us to wait. Zhuowen frowned and said coldly, Brother Zhua, little brother Zhua, Lord Quanli has always been like this. His personality is very unpredictable, and he is also extremely arrogant. As long as you get used to it, it'll be fine. Chao Feng said helplessly. Zhuowen nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he sat on a soft seat and leaned back to rest with his eyes closed. 6 hours later, the surrounding private rooms began to become noisy. Zhuowen also slowly opened his eyes and cast his gaze towards the circular platform in the center. The light barrier around the circular platform began to dim, revealing a circular platform. However, there was no one on the platform, and there was no figure of Quanli. Instead, there was a platform that was half the height of a person. After the light barrier on the surface of the circular platform dissipated, a young and beautiful woman walked up from below the platform. The woman came to the front of the platform with a warm smile on her face. She smiled at the surrounding people and said, "Hello, fellow Taoists. I am Dancer, a disciple of Lord Quanli. Although Master has come out of seclusion, he is still studying the matter of refining, so he didn't come out. This platform is a two-way teleportation array. However, it can only teleport items. Everyone can place the items you want to give today on this platform. If Master is satisfied, he will inform me. Otherwise, it means that he is not satisfied." After the young woman finished speaking, there wasn't much noise in the surroundings. Obviously, everyone knew the rules here. I wonder who wants to come up first. Dancer's beautiful eyes slightly raised as she said lightly. After Dancer's words, a middle-aged man suddenly walked out of one of the private rooms. The middle-aged man came to the platform, then immediately took out a brocade box from his spirit ring and handed it to Dancer, saying, "I am Yu Wu of Laoshan Star River. I hope Lord Quanli can accept this small gift." Dancer nodded, took the brocade box, and put it on the platform that was half the height of a person. Suddenly, the platform lit up with a white light, and the brocade box disappeared from the platform. Apparently, it was teleported into the hands of the so-called Quanli. In the private room, Zhuowen glanced at the middle-aged man. The moment the middle-aged man took out the brocade box, Zhuowen quietly probed it with his divine sense and found that the brocade box contained flowing flame crystals. Flowing flame crystal stones were an extremely precious starry sky artifact crafting material. Even Zhuowen did not have one. According to the estimated value, this flowing flame crystal stone was equivalent to a grade 7 spirit medicine and was a very precious artifact crafting material. In Zhuowen's view, since this person could take out flowing flame crystals, he should be qualified to enter the space-time quicksand river. Master has replied, "Your gift is okay, but it's not good enough. Please go back." After a while, Dancer finally spoke. When she said this, the middle-aged man's eyes dimmed. He cupped his fists and left the platform. Chapter 2291. Sword Heart Stone. Brother Zhua, Brother Zhua, Master Kuang will never take out the gifts he received. After all, this is his territory, so no one dares to mess around. Chao Feng seemed to have noticed the strange look on Zhuo Wen's face and couldn't help but whisper. Zhuo Wen nodded. He naturally understood what Chao Feng meant. The Quicksand family was the most powerful force in the old Orchid Star River, and Kuang Li was the strongest person in the entire old Orchid Star River. In the lair of the Quicksand family, no one dared to mess around, and no one dared to contradict Kuang Li in any way. After the middle-aged man left, many cultivators came out of their private rooms, one after another. They took out the things they had prepared and handed them to the dancers. Unfortunately, none of them passed, and these cultivators naturally didn't take back their gifts. Instead, they were ordered to leave by the dancers. I'll go first. You two wait for me here. Within the private room, Zhuan stood up and said something to Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan before leaving the private room and heading towards the circular platform. At the same time, 3 other cultivators also arrived at the circular platform and lined up in front of Zhuo Wen didn't care and waited silently in the 4th place. Coincidentally, the person in front of Zhuo Wen was the azure-robed woman he had met at the entrance. The azure-robed woman obviously recognized Zhuo Wen and smiled at Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen noticed that the azure-robed woman was also holding a brocade box in her hand. But the azure-robed woman's hands were tightly clenched, and the back of her hands were a little pale. She was obviously very nervous. Zhuo Wen's divine sense inadvertently swept around and found that the azure-robed woman's brocade box was actually a pitch-black rock. Moreover, the shape of this pitch-black rock was like a palm-sized sword. However, the moment Zhuo Wen saw this pitch-black rock, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and then he revealed a look of pleasant surprise. This was because Zhuo Wen recognized this pitch-black rock. It was a top-grade refining material called Sword Heartstone. The Sword Heartstone had an unimaginable compatibility with sword-shaped god artifacts. In other words, if the Sword Heartstone was added to a sword-shaped god artifact, it would increase its intelligence out of nowhere, causing the power of the sword to multiply. If it was lucky, its power might increase by a lot. Zhuo Wen himself was a sword user. However, his glorious Purple Star River Divine sword had already been damaged. Even his more than 9,000 ancient swords had also been destroyed. The only divine sword he still had was the King's Sword. However, the King's Sword's level was a bit low. It was not suitable for the current Zhuo Wen, so he rarely used the King's Sword. However, if he had the Sword Heartstone, Zhuo Wen was confident that he could upgrade the quality of the Emperor's Sword to the level of a secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact. Moreover, because of the extremely high compatibility between the Sword Heartstone and the Divine Sword, Zhuo Wen did not need any refining techniques. He only needed to provide a powerful flame to completely integrate the Sword Heartstone into the Divine Sword. Thinking of this, Zhuo Wen quickly sent a sound transmission to the azure-robed woman and said, "This young lady, may I ask if you can exchange the Sword Heartstone in your hand with me?" The azure-robed woman, who was originally waiting nervously, was shocked the moment she heard Zhuo Wen's sound transmission. She turned her head and stared straight at Zhuo Wen. The brocade box was arranged with a shielding restriction. Ordinary cultivators could not explore the brocade box with their spiritual consciousness. However, the white-robed youth behind her actually knew that the brocade box in her hand contained the Sword Heartstone. Did this guy know in advance? But soon, this idea was rejected by the azure-robed woman. After all, this white-robed youth did not know where her private room was, and she had never exposed the Sword Heartstone in front of this youth. Then the only possibility was that the young man behind her had an extremely powerful divine sense. He had probed the contents of her brocade box without her noticing at all. If her guess was true, then this white-robed youth in front of her was really terrifying. I can exchange it with a Heaven Immortal Pill and a top-grade Starry Sky Spirit Vein. Zhuo Wen could not help but ask, Zhuowen saw through the azure-robed woman's cultivation at a glance. She was at the peak of the 5th-step void sky, only 1 step away from the 6th-step void sky and the unity of heaven realm. As long as she had a heaven immortal pill, this woman could basically break through smoothly. What? You have a heaven immortal pill? The azure-robed woman's beautiful eyes shook, and she finally sent a sound transmission to Zhuowen. The azure-robed woman came to the quicksand family, this time to enter the space-time quicksand river to advance to the 6th-step void sky. She had been at the peak of the 5th-step void sky for a long time, but she had always been lacking. She knew that if she did not have a fortuitous encounter, she would not be able to advance to the 6th-step void sky. She had also heard of the heaven immortal pill, but it was extremely rare and only the major forces had it. Moreover, it could not be bought with money. She heard that there were many treasures inside the space-time quicksand river and wanted to have a fortuitous encounter inside. If it were not for advancement, the azure-robed woman would not have taken the risk to enter the space-time quicksand river. If you have a heaven immortal pill, I will trade with you. The azure-robed woman quickly replied. Zhuowen sighed in his heart. He was afraid that the azure-robed woman would not agree. At that time, if he gave the sword heartstone to Kuang Li, he would definitely not be able to get it back. It was simply a waste of God's gift. Next. Suddenly, the dancer said loudly, looking at the azure-robed woman. Obviously, she was hinting the azure-robed woman to give the gift. The azure-robed woman planned to trade with Zhuowen, so she naturally could not give away the sword heartstone. Instead, she took out a new brocade box from her spirit ring and placed it on the high platform. This time, the azure-robed woman took out a brocade box that only contained ordinary materials. It was basically impossible for Kuang Li to take a fancy to it. She no longer planned to enter the space-time quicksand river. Her purpose in entering the space-time quicksand river was to find an opportunity to advance to the 6th-step void sky. But now that she had the opportunity to do so, she naturally did not plan to enter the dangerous space-time quicksand river. After the brocade box was sent out, the dancer standing next to the high platform suddenly smiled at the azure-robed woman and said, "Congratulations, Master feels that your gift is very much to his taste. You have passed and are qualified to enter the space-time quicksand river." The green-robed woman was stunned. She didn't expect that an unintentional gift would actually succeed. She didn't expect that a random gift would actually pass. This was really something she didn't expect. Zhuowen, who was standing behind the azure-robed woman, eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. Next, the dancer didn't pay any more attention to the dazed woman in green. Her gaze had already landed on Zhuowen. Zhuowen came to the front of the high platform, pondered for a while, and then took out a jade bottle from his spirit ring. This jade bottle contained 10 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence. He knew that this thing was extremely precious. He did not believe that Kuang Li would not be interested. Chapter 2292. Zhu Ruizhuan nodded and immediately returned to the private room under the guidance of a maid. However, before leaving, Zhuowen exchanged contact information with the green-robed woman. Returning to the private room, Zhuowen greeted Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan before contacting the green-robed woman. Then, under the guidance of the green-robed woman, he walked towards the green-robed woman's private room. The green-robed woman's name was Zhu Rui. She did not reveal her identity to Zhuowen, and Zhuowen would not ask about her private matters. After all, the two of them only had a transactional relationship. "Brother Zhua, please have a seat." After entering Zhu Rui's private room, Zhu Rui warmly invited Zhuowen to sit down and immediately smiled. "Brother Zhua, is what you said just now true?" Zhuowen smiled slightly and said, "Of course it's true." As he spoke, Zhuowen took out a sparkling and translucent pill and handed it to Zhu Rui. Heavenly Demon Island's old ancestor, Megatama, gave Zhuowen 5 heaven immortal pills. Although Zhuowen used all of them, after he destroyed High Heaven Sect, Clear Void Peak, and other powerful sects. He naturally swept up a lot of resources. Although Heaven Immortal pills were precious to powerful sects like High Heaven Sect and Heaven and Earth Sect, they were not too rare. Therefore, Zhuowen had a lot of Heaven Immortal pills on him. Zhu Rui took the Heaven Immortal pills and examined them. Finding nothing unusual, her pretty face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. Sister Zhu Rui, I promised you that I would also give you a starry sky divine vein. Take this. Zhuowen smiled slightly and took out a starry sky divine vein and handed it to Zhu Rui. Although the starry sky divine vein was very large, Zhuowen deliberately shrunk this starry sky divine vein to about 10 meters in size. Zhu Rui took the starry sky divine vein, and the shock in her beautiful eyes became even more intense. She could see that this starry sky divine vein was definitely a top-grade starry sky divine vein. Its preciousness was not inferior to the Heaven Immortal pills, perhaps even higher. Before, Zhu Rui's attention was all on the Heaven Immortal pills, so she did not pay much attention to the starry sky divine vein that Zhuowen mentioned. Only now did she realize how sincere this white-robed young man in front of her was. Brother Zhua, your gift is... Zhu's Jade's hands trembled slightly, and she looked a little embarrassed. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, Compared to the sword Heartstone, it's worth more to me. Zhu Rui's starry sky divine vein was Zhu Rui's immortal pills. Zhu Rui's immortal pills, of course. What Zhu Rui did not know was that the sword Heartstone was far more useful to Zhuowen than to her. This was also the reason why Zhuowen was willing to trade the starry sky divine vein and the Heaven Immortal pills. Brother Zhua, this is the sword Heartstone. Take it. After Zhu Rui confirmed the Heaven Immortal pills and the starry sky divine vein, she simply handed the sword Heartstone to Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked at the sword-shaped stone in his hand and felt the sharp aura contained in the stone. He could not help but smile. Brother Zhua, this time you and I are qualified to enter the space-time quicksand river. Why don't you go in with me? Zhu Rui suddenly said. Zhuowen was taken aback. He hesitated. His main goal in entering the river of space-time quicksand was the space-time key. He could not possibly bring Zhu Rui to search for the space-time key, so he subconsciously wanted to refuse. If Brother Zhua has any inconvenience, then forget it. Zhu Rui's ability to read people's expressions was not weak. She could see Zhuowen's scruples and could not help but whisper. Zhuowen cupped his fists and said apologetically, Miss Zhu, I'm really sorry. This Zhua has entered the space-time quicksand river to do something very important. How about this? After entering the space-time quicksand river, this Zhua will find you after finishing his business. Zhu Rui's beautiful eyes showed disappointment. She knew very well that it was easy to get lost in the space-time quicksand river. Zhuowen's words were just polite to her, so she did not take it to heart. Zhu Rui smiled and said, Brother Zhua is too polite. If we can meet in the space-time quicksand river, that would be the best. Zhuowen cupped his fists again and chatted with Zhu Rui for a while before leaving Zhu Rui's private room. This time Zhuowen was not joking. He had comprehended a trace of the power of space-time. After entering the space-time quicksand river, Zhuowen believed that as long as he was given time, he should be able to comprehend a part of the space-time law. At the very least, he would not get lost in the space-time quicksand river. If he was really fated to meet Zhu Rui in the space-time quicksand river, then he would not mind helping her. After Zhuowen left, the door to Zhu Rui's private room was opened again, and a graceful figure slowly walked in. This was a very young man, but this man gave off a very beautiful feeling. The elegant man in front of him had snow-white skin, red lips, and white teeth. His eyes were long and narrow, and they were actually phoenix eyes. If this man didn't have an Adam's apple, others would definitely think that this man was a woman in disguise. This beautiful man walked to the opposite side of Zhu Rui and sat down very elegantly. He looked at Zhu Rui in front of him and said with a smile, Junior sister Zhu, Who is that strange man just now? Could it be that he's your little lover? Zhu Rui looked at the beautiful man in front of her, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. She quickly said, Senior Brother Yao misunderstood. Brother Zhua and I are only in a business relationship. He is not my little lover. The beautiful man looked at the embarrassed Zhu Rui with some amusement and said, But why did I hear that you were planning to enter the space-time quicksand river with that guy? What? Am I not happy to go with you? Zhu Rui said with a bitter face, If I knew that Senior Brother would also come, I would not have invited Brother Zhua. Moreover, with Senior Brother, I will be much safer entering the space-time quicksand river. Speaking up to here, Zhu Rui smiled and stepped forward to hold the beautiful man's right arm as if she was acting coquettishly. Actually, I was just worried about you coming out. If you wanted to advance to the 6 steps void sky, you should have told me. The Emperine God pill is not something precious. I could have just given you one. Why did you have to come all the way to the Gulen Star River to enter the space-time quicksand river? The space-time quicksand river is not a good place. The beautiful man shook his head and looked at Zhu Rui in front of him speechlessly. Zhu Rui, however, said sadly, Senior Brother, I am not you. My aptitude is too poor. Even Master doesn't like me and has even reduced my cultivation resources. If this continues, it will take forever to advance to the 6 steps void sky. AI. Martial and is indeed a bit harsh. The beautiful man coughed dryly, but found that he did not know how to continue this topic. In any case, Senior Brother is here. Although that Zhua is not bad, he is only at the 6 steps void sky. Compared to Senior Brother, the gap is not small. If I enter the space-time quicksand river with you, my safety is completely guaranteed. Chapter 2293. Meeting Ma Yujie again, the beautiful man said in a rare, serious tone. Junior sister, the Zhuowen you mentioned should be the one who made the deal with you, right? If you're talking about him, then I'm afraid you've misjudged him. Although his cultivation is only at the peak of the 6-step void sky stage, he gives off a very dangerous aura. This person is definitely not an ordinary cultivator. Zhu Rui's beautiful eyes narrowed when she heard this. Although she didn't have much contact with this Senior Brother in front of her, she knew how powerful the Senior Brother was. A mere 6th-step void sky stage cultivator couldn't possibly enter her Senior Brother's eyes. However, Zhuowen was able to make her Senior Brother so cautious. It could be seen that this Zhuowen was indeed not simple. However, Zhu Rui didn't particularly care. No matter how powerful this Zhuowen was, it was impossible for him to be more powerful than her Senior Brother. One had to know that her Senior Brother was the head disciple of the most powerful force in the 6 Desires heavenly domain. His name was well known in the 6 Desires heavenly domain. However, this Senior Brother of hers was relatively low-key. When traveling in the outside world, he wouldn't reveal his real name. After Zhuowen returned to the private room, he found that there was an unexpected guest in the private room. In the center of the private room, a table had appeared at some unknown time. The table was filled with delicacies, and a fat fatty was sitting at the table, eating those delicacies without a care for his image. Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan stood to the side, looking at the fatty who was eating heartily with fear in their eyes. Zhuowen's return naturally attracted the attention of the 3 people. When Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan saw that Zhuowen had returned, they both sighed and immediately moved to Zhuowen's side. On the other hand, the damned fatty only casually glanced at Zhuowen and waved his hand at Zhuowen in a very old-fashioned manner. Brother Zhua, what a coincidence to be able to meet you in the quicksand family. Come, let's eat together. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely calm. He said indifferently, Brother Ma, it's indeed a coincidence. Did you come to the quicksand family for the space-time quicksand river? Although Zhuowen looked calm on the surface, he was secretly vigilant in his heart. This damn fatty was not simple. Zhuowen made up his mind to stay as far away from this damn fatty as possible. Otherwise, he would be tricked by this guy sooner or later. Yeah, from the looks of it, Brother Joie should also be here for the space-time quicksand river. It is said that the time-space quicksand river contains extremely powerful space-time laws. Normally, space-time laws are not easy to form. They require specific factors. Perhaps the time-space divine key is in the time-space quicksand river. Ma Yujie said casually as he ate heartily. At the same time, this damn fatty's gaze was fixed on Zhuowen, as if he was paying attention to Zhuowen's reaction. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's expression remained calm from beginning to end. This made Ma Yujie quite puzzled. After all, when Zhuowen wanted to separate from him, he already had some doubts in his heart. When he arrived at the Gulen Galaxy and inquired about the time-space quicksand river, the doubts in his heart grew even stronger. He felt that Zhuowen must know something about the time-space quicksand river. Perhaps it had something to do with the time-space divine key. Of course, all of this was Ma Yujie's own guess. As for whether Zhuowen knew the inside story, Ma Yujie wasn't particularly clear. Or rather, he didn't know anything at all. Zhuowen nodded and said in agreement, Brother Ma is right. Maybe there really is a time-space divine key in the time-space quicksand river. Maybe if I'm lucky, I might be able to obtain a second time-space divine key. Ma Yujie glanced at Zhuowen again and felt a little puzzled. Obviously, Zhuowen's reaction was not what he wanted to see. Could it be that this Zhuowen really knew nothing about the time-space quicksand river, just like him? I can see that Brother Ma is very strong and the time-space quicksand river is not a good place. How about this? Brother Ma will enter the time-space quicksand river with me. If you and I join forces, we will definitely be like fish in water in the time-space quicksand river. What do you think, Brother Ma? Zhuowen smiled and extended an invitation. Ma Yujie was even more puzzled in his heart, but he still smiled and said, Brother Zhuo must be joking. This Ma is just a small fry. It's not worth mentioning. If I follow Brother Zhuo when the time comes, I'm afraid I will only drag you down, so forget it. Zhuowen sneered in his heart and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had the upper hand in this conversation. If Zhuowen did not invite Ma Yujie and instead proposed to enter the river of time and space quicksand alone, it would definitely arouse the fatty's suspicions. At that time, with the fatty's personality, he would definitely pester Zhuowen. This would completely destroy Zhuowen's plan. Now that Zhuowen was playing hard to get, the fatty couldn't make up his mind. Moreover, the fatty definitely didn't trust Zhuowen. Since Zhuowen didn't have anything good on him, the fatty naturally wouldn't follow Zhuowen. After all, there wasn't anything good to be gained. What a pity! With Brother Ma's talent and strength, if you and I join forces, we can even take down the entire time-space quicksand river. Are you really unwilling to join forces with me? Zhuowen shook his head and sighed. It was as if his parents had died. The corner of Ma Yujie's mouth twitched. He smiled and said, Brother Zhuo, you think too highly of me. This Ma is just a nobody. If Brother Zhuo doesn't have anything else, this Ma will take his leave first. If we are fated to enter the time-space quicksand river this time, we might be able to meet again in it. With that, Ma Yujie didn't wait for Zhuowen to continue speaking. He put away the table and left the private room. Brother Zhuo, who is this person? He is very strong. After Ma Yujie left, Chao Feng came to Zhuowen with a serious look. When Ma Yujie had barged in just now, he had tried to stop him. Unfortunately, Ma Yujie had completely suppressed him by releasing a little bit of his aura. How could Chao Feng not know that Ma Yujie's strength far surpassed his? Of course, Zhuowen could confront the fat man, and the fat man was quite afraid of him. Zhuowen could see that the white-clothed young man in front of him was not weaker than the fat man. You don't have to worry about this person. This time, I thank Brother Chao for bringing me to the Quicksand family. This is a gift of gratitude. Take it. Zhuowen took out 3 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence and handed it to Chao Feng. The latter wanted to refuse, but when he found out that it was heavenly domain starry sky essence, his whole body trembled. His hands trembled and he almost knelt down. This is... Chao Feng suddenly looked at Zhuo, his face flushed red. This was because he was too excited. Yes, there are 3 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence. This thing is useful to you, so you don't have to refuse it, Zhuo said with a smile. Chao Feng deeply bowed toward Zhuo and said, Brother Zhuo, Chao Feng will never forget your great kindness. If Brother Zhuo needs me in the future, Chao Feng, will do anything for you, even if it is a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Chapter 2294. Wild gravel on the circular platform. After the last cultivator left in dejection, the gift-giving ceremony could be considered to have come to an end. The dancer waved her sleeve, and the platform at the center of the platform shrank into the ground. There are a total of 13 people who are qualified to enter the river of space-time quicksand, she said loudly. I have already instructed my subordinates to issue you all qualification tokens. With these tokens, you can enter the river of space-time quicksand at any time. Of course, you only have 1 chance, but there's no time limit. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. After saying this, the dancer was about to leave, but a voice called out to her. The dancer looked at the private room Zhuo was in and said coldly, May I know what this guest wants? Zhuo walked out of the private room and returned to the platform. He cupped his fists and said, Miss Dancer, I'm Zhuo, and I want to ask Master Wild Gravel to refine a god tool for me. Please help me notify him. As soon as he said this, the dancer's face immediately turned cold. Meanwhile, Zhu Rui and the beautiful man, who were still sitting in the private room, revealed strange expressions. This guy is quite bold. He directly asked Master Wild Gravel to refine a god tool. That's breaking the rules, the beautiful man said in amusement. However, Zhu Rui revealed a worried expression and said, Brother Zhuo is too impulsive. He's going to suffer a little. Who do you think you are? You want me to notify Master and ask him to refine a god tool for you? What right do you have? Get the hell out of here right now, or don't blame me for being rude, the dancer said coldly. Zhuo's face instantly darkened. This dancer really wasn't polite at all. She directly told him to get the hell out of here. Miss Dancer, you just need to notify Master Wild Gravel for me. Zhuo was about to say something, but his words were immediately interrupted. He heard the sound of something piercing through the air and rushing toward him. The dancer's slender hand suddenly blasted out, and terrifying divine power transformed into a raging storm that swept toward Zhuo. Zhuo's face darkened. He didn't expect the dancer to attack him without giving him any face. Zhuo coldly snorted. With a wave of his sleeve, the divine power storm that was rushing over suddenly collapsed when it was a few meters away from Zhuo. The dancer's expression changed slightly. She originally thought that this white-robed youth was just an ordinary Void Sky 6-stage cultivator, so she didn't take him seriously. Now that this kid had easily dispersed her divine power storm, the dancer was bewildered. Miss Dancer, I didn't come here today to make trouble. I hope Miss Dancer can help me inform Master Quangli. Zhuo Wen's eyes were cold. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said calmly. The dancer sneered and said, I've said it before, who do you think you are? You don't have the qualifications to meet Master. After saying that, the dancer whistled. Immediately, 3 figures rushed out from the bottom of the platform and rushed toward Zhuo at an extremely fast speed. Looking carefully, the auras of these 3 figures were very powerful. They were all Void Sky 7-stage experts. When the other cultivators in the surrounding private rooms saw the scene, they all sighed in their hearts that Zhuo was going to be unlucky. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, when the 3 figures were 10 meters away from Zhuo, 3 consecutive explosions suddenly sounded. Then The three figures groaned and smashed into the ground below the platform in an extremely sorry state. For a moment, the cultivators in the surrounding private rooms fell into silence. They looked at the white-robed youth who was still standing on the platform in disbelief. "Senior brother, you're right. This Zhuowen is really not simple." In the private room, Zhu Rui looked at the scene on the platform with surprise in her beautiful eyes. At first, when the beautiful man said that Zhuowen was not simple, she didn't care too much. Now that Zhuowen had taken down 3 Void Sky 7th stage cultivators with just one move, Zhu Rui finally understood the beautiful man's words. The beautiful man didn't feel the slightest bit surprised. Instead, he looked at Zhuowen and said, "This guy hid very well." The dancer's beautiful eyes shrank. She said, coldly, "How dare you injure the people of my quicksand family? Do you want to die?" Zhuowen didn't bother to pay attention to the dancer. Instead, he walked forward step by step and said indifferently, "Miss Dancer, I'm just defending myself. I just want you to inform Master Kuanglu. If he doesn't agree, I'll leave immediately." The dancer took a few steps back and took out a jade talisman. She said coldly, "You're simply courting death. As long as I crush the jade talisman in my hand, a group of experts from the Quicksand family will emerge to kill you. You're dead." "Oh, then crush the jade talisman now." Zhuowen stopped and looked at the dancer coldly. The dancer felt that something was wrong, but she still crushed the jade talisman. Unfortunately, the signal transmitted by the jade talisman was blocked by a light barrier around them. "Shielding array formation? When did you set it up?" The dancer's beautiful eyes shrank. She immediately realized that the light barrier was actually a shielding array formation. The signal she sent out just now had been blocked. Zhuowen just looked at the dancer quietly. Killing intent began to appear in his eyes. The dancer naturally saw the killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes. This killing intent was extremely strong. It was as if this person would kill her in the next moment. "Wait, I'll help you inform Master." Seeing Zhuowen approaching step by step, the dancer's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She hurriedly said. Zhuowen stopped and looked at the dancer with a smile. The latter's face was ugly. She slowly came to the center of the platform and immediately began to communicate with Kuang Li. After a while, the dancer looked at Zhuowen with a slightly strange gaze and said, "Master said he can see you, but he wants to see how sincere you are." The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled into a smile. Previously, when he had sent the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence to Kuang Li, he knew that Kuang Li would definitely meet him. Although he only gave Zhuowen 3 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence, this kind of thing was something that could only be encountered by chance. Kuang Li would definitely think that Zhuowen had more Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence on him. Now that Zhuowen had a favor to ask of Kuang Li, he didn't believe that Kuang Li didn't want to see him. Of course there is sincerity, but I need to see Master Kuang Li first, Zhuowen said indifferently. The dancer nodded and did not refute Zhuowen. Instead, she said in a deep voice, "Come with me. Master is waiting for you in the depths of the cave." After saying that, the dancer led the way, while Zhuowen quietly followed behind her. Other than Zhuowen, the rest of the cultivators in the private room were led out of the Quicksand family by the subordinates arranged by the dancer. The place where Kuang Li was in seclusion was a stone house in the deepest part of the cave. This stone house was ordinary, and it even looked like a house where the people of a primitive tribe lived. Chapter 2295. Fusion Dao Fruit Master, I've brought him here. The arrogance on the dancer's face had completely vanished as she respectfully bowed to the stone house. "This little brother, come in. You can leave first." An unquestionable voice came from the stone house. The dancer nodded, glanced at Zhuowen by her side, and then left silently. Zhuowen pondered for a moment before stepping into the stone house. The moment he entered the stone house, Zhuowen felt a terrifying heat wave hit him in the face. The temperature inside had reached a terrifying level. Even Zhuowen felt his body burning. In the center of the stone house, there was a huge furnace. In front of the furnace was a forging table. At this moment, there was a burly figure on the forging table. His left hand was holding a long sword that was red hot from the fire. His left hand was swinging a huge hammer that was half a man's height. He was constantly hammering the long sword, causing sparks to fly. It was a spectacular sight. Zhuo knew that the burly figure in front of him should be Kuang Li. Kuang Li looked to be about 35 years old. His muscles were bulging and he was 9 feet tall. At this moment, his upper body was bare. He looked as strong as an iron tower. Zhuo silently watched Kuang Li forge the divine sword. He did not disturb him. About 6 hours later, Kuang Li suddenly threw the divine sword into the air with his left hand. He then took out a porcelain bottle from his spirit ring and sprinkled the azure water inside the bottle. The moment the azure water sprayed out, it turned into a blue anaconda and wrapped around the divine sword in the air. Sizzle! Sizzle! After the azure water completely wrapped around the divine sword, the terrifying heat on the surface of the divine sword was quickly reduced. The appearance of the divine sword was completely revealed. Void Sky Divine Artifact. Zhuo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the completed Void Sky Divine Artifact in astonishment. He could tell that this divine sword was a high-quality Void Sky Divine Artifact. After Kuang Li put away the divine sword, he casually placed it to the side. His gaze fell on Zhuo as he said with a smile, "Little brother, how should I address you?" Zhuo. Zhuo smiled faintly. Kuang Li nodded. Stroking the stubble on his chin with his right hand, he asked, "Were you the one who gave me those 3 drops of heavenly domain star essence?" "That's right," Zhuo replied concisely. To be able to obtain the heavenly domain starry sky essence at such a young age, it seems that your luck is not small. You should have more than 3 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence on you, right? Wild Gravel chuckled. Zhuo also smiled and said, "Just as Grandmaster guessed, if Grandmaster can help me refine tools, I'm willing to take out 3 more drops of heavenly domain star essence. After all, I don't have much heavenly domain star essence left." Kuang Li's eyes flickered. He stretched out his right hand and said, 3 drops is too little. 5 drops. Zhuo immediately showed a hesitant look. He said awkwardly, "Master Kuang Li, if you give me 5 drops, I really don't have any heavenly domain star essence." Kuang Li said indifferently, "If you don't have 5 drops, I won't help you refine tools." Zhuo sneered in his heart. He knew that Kuang Li was a greedy guy. He could only pretend to be pained and said, "If Grandmaster can help me refine tools, 5 drops it is." "Ha, straightforward. I won't take advantage of you. First, let me see what kind of divine tool you want to refine. When I'm done, I'll take your reward," Kuang Li said with a smile. Zhuo nodded. He took out the phagocytosis and handed it to Kuang Li. After Kuang Li took the phagocytosis, his eyes suddenly became much more cautious. He frowned slightly. After sizing it up for a while, he said, "This treasure of yours is very strange. If I'm not wrong, there are more than 9,000 seals in it." Zhuo nodded. He secretly praised Kuang Li in his heart. He really deserved his reputation. At a glance, he could see that there were more than 9,000 seals in the phagocytosis. "You want me to help you break all the seals in it? I think you've found the wrong person. I'm just a tool refiner, not a powerful divine array master. I can't break these seals." Kuang Li's face was a little ugly. He felt that Zhuo was playing with him. Zhuo shook his head and said, "Junior doesn't want Senior to break the seals. I need you to help me integrate this thing into the phagocytosis." After saying that, Zhuo took out a Dao fruit. The moment Kuang Li saw the Dao fruit, he stood up with a whoosh. He looked at the Dao fruit in Zhuo's hand in disbelief and said, Isn't this a Dao fruit?" Zhuo nodded slightly and said, "This is indeed a Dao fruit. I hope Grandmaster can help me integrate this Dao fruit into the phagocytosis." Kuang Li gradually calmed down. He took a deep look at Zhuowen. He discovered that this young man in front of him was not an ordinary rich man. Not only did he have a rare treasure like the heavenly domain starry sky essence, but he also had a rare treasure like the Tao fruit. It could be said that the Tao fruit and the heavenly starry sky essence that Zhuowen took out were treasures that most forces in the six desires heavenly realm coveted. Kuang Li sighed softly and said, "It's not too difficult for me to integrate the Tao fruit into your phagocytosis. But do you only have this one Tao fruit?" Zhuowen looked calm and nodded. "Yes, I only have this one. I obtained this Tao fruit by accident. It's a great fortune to be able to obtain this kind of thing." Kuang Li nodded and agreed with what Zhuowen said. The Tao fruit was much more precious than the heavenly starry sky essence. It was already a heaven-defying opportunity for this young man to obtain one. "Little brother, you go out first. It will take some time to integrate the Tao fruit into your phagocytosis. During this time, don't disturb me," Kuang Li said in a deep voice. Zhuowen sneered and said, "Master Kuang Li, it's not that I don't trust you, but this Tao fruit and the phagocytosis are very important to me. I have to see it myself. Moreover, it's just integrating the Tao fruit into the phagocytosis. It's not difficult for you. It should be done soon. Are you doubting me?" Kuang Li looked at Zhuowen with an unfriendly gaze. "It's not a doubt, but it's a matter of great importance. I have to be careful. If Master doesn't think it's possible, then I don't plan to refine it," Zhuowen said lightly. Master Kuang Li frowned slightly. This was the first time he tried to integrate the Tao fruit into a divine artifact. It was also a rare attempt. Master Kuang Li knew very well that this attempt would greatly improve his refining skills, so he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. "In that case, you can watch from the side, but you can't disturb me. Otherwise, you can't blame me if I fail." Kuang Li snorted coldly. "Master, don't worry. This Zhuowen will definitely keep quiet." Zhuowen nodded in agreement. Seeing Zhuowen so tactful, Kuang Li's expression became better. Then he no longer paid attention to Zhuowen and threw the phagocytosis into the furnace. Chapter 2296. Yao, Xiangju, and Zhuowen silently watched as Kuang Li fused the Tao fruit with the phagocytosis. He memorized Kuang Li's every move. Zhuowen had a total of 4 Tao fruits. His original plan was to fuse all 4 with the phagocytosis, but he knew that if he exposed too much of such a precious treasure, it would be detrimental to him. Even though Zhuowen had taken out 1 Tao fruit, Zhuowen could see the greed in Kuang Grit's eyes. If Kuang Grit knew that Zhuowen had 4 Tao fruits on him, this old man would probably tear off all pretense of cordiality and snatch them away. Zhuowen wanted to watch Kuang Li's refining process with his own eyes because he wanted to learn all of Kuang Li's techniques. When the time came, he could try to fuse the Tao fruit with the phagocytosis. The flames burned the phagocytosis for 6 hours. Then Kuang Li squeezed his right hand, took out the phagocytosis, and suspended it 5 meters above his head. Then Kuang Li took out the Tao fruit. His gaze suddenly turned serious. Wild Gravel took out a lot of materials from his spirit ring and burned them into liquid. Then the liquid instantly wrapped around the Tao fruit. The surface of the Tao fruit was extremely powerful. The moment the liquid touched the Tao fruit, a part of it was annihilated. However, Kuang Li had expected this. He used his surging divine power to suppress the Tao fruit, keeping the liquid on the surface of the Tao fruit in balance. Fuse! Kuang Li's gaze was extremely serious. With a low shout, he immediately brought the Tao fruit closer to the phagocytosis. When the phagocytosis and the Tao fruit finally touched, a crackling sound rang out. Then the liquid on the Tao fruit surface began to fuse with the phagocytosis. Zhuowen could clearly see the Tao fruit slowly enter the phagocytosis along with the liquid. It was as if the Tao fruit and the liquid had become one. Before long, the liquid completely fused with the phagocytosis. The Tao fruit also followed the liquid into the phagocytosis. Whoosh! The phagocytosis buzzed. A powerful Tao rhyme circulated on the phagocytosis's surface. Then the phagocytosis suddenly flew out and landed in Zhuowen's hand. Zhuowen's eyes shone as he looked at the phagocytosis in his hand. His heart was filled with excitement. He could feel that with this Tao rhyme, the phagocytosis's power definitely surpassed that of a sub-heaven-breaking divine artifact. Now that you've added Tao fruits into your divine tool, I'm afraid its power has increased quite a bit. In my opinion, it should be superior to a secondary heaven-breaking divine tool, but it's still a bit weaker than a Tao-proving divine tool. Unless you can add even more Tao fruits into it, there's a chance that this thing can transform into a Tao-proving divine tool. Kuang Li looked at the devouring seal in Zhuowen's hand with satisfaction. Clearly, he was very satisfied with this refinement. Thank you, Master Kuang Li. Zhuowen cupped his fists. He deeply agreed with Kuang Li's words. A Tao confirmation divine weapon was a divine weapon that was superior to sub-heaven-breaking divine artifacts, but weaker than sub-heaven-breaking divine artifacts. The essence of a Tao confirmation divine weapon was actually sub-heaven-breaking divine artifacts. The reason why it was much more powerful than sub-heaven-breaking divine artifacts was that it contained the Tao rhyme of the heavenly Tao. It was like a Tao confirmation expert's essence might be void heaven 9 steps. However, because of the Tao confirmation, a Tao confirmation expert grasped a more powerful heavenly Tao power than a void heaven 9 steps cultivator. Therefore, a Tao confirmation expert was far more powerful than a void heaven 9 steps cultivator. Master Kuang Li, here are 5 drops of heavenly domain star essence. Zhuowen took out a jade bottle and threw it to Kuang Li. Then he cupped his fists and said, If Master Kuang Li has nothing else to say, I will take my leave first. After receiving the jade bottle, Kuang Li casually played with it with his right hand and said with a smile, Zhuo, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay at my quicksand family as a guest? In any case, you have obtained the qualification to enter the space-time quicksand river. When the time comes, I will send someone to take you to the space-time quicksand river. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Thank you for your kindness, Master Kuang Li. However, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I will not be a guest. Kuang Li nodded and didn't urge him to stay. He just said regretfully, Since Zhuo Xiaoyu has urgent matters to attend to, then forget it. If you have time next time, you can come to the quicksand family. This old man will definitely not neglect you. Zhuowen said a few polite words, then cupped his fists and left the stone house. However, after Zhuowen left the stone house, his eyes suddenly became gloomy. This was because he found that the moment Kuang Li handed over the phagocytosis to him, he left a divine sense imprint on him. After all, Kuang Li was a half-step, 9th-step void sky expert. This kind of powerhouse was much stronger than a peak 8th-step void sky cultivator. Generally speaking, if such a powerhouse left a divine sense imprint on a 6th-step void sky cultivator, it was basically impossible to detect it. However, Zhuowen was different. His divine soul was too powerful, comparable to Kuang Li's. Therefore, the moment Kuang Li planted a divine sense imprint on him, Zhuowen immediately felt that something was wrong. It was just that Zhuowen didn't say anything. This Kuang Li should only think that he was just an ordinary 6th-step void sky cultivator. However, Zhuowen, took out a Tao fruit and heavenly domain star essence. It would be strange if this old man didn't target him. After Zhuowen left, the smile on Kuang Li's face disappeared completely and was replaced by a cold light in his eyes. A mere 6th-step void sky, and actually has so many good things. It seems that this child's opportunity is not small. However, this opportunity will soon change owners. Kuang Li sneered and muttered to himself. After leaving the quicksand family, Zhuowen met Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan at the door. It was obvious that the two had been waiting for a long time. In addition to Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan, Zhuowen also found 2 uninvited guests. These two women were not unfamiliar to Zhuowen. Wasn't she Zhu Rui, who had made a deal with him at the Quicksand family? Noticing Zhuowen's puzzled gaze, Zhu Rui greeted Zhuowen with a smile. Zhuowen also greeted her, but his gaze fell on the elegant man next to Zhu Rui. The main reason why Zhuowen noticed this man was that this man gave him a beautiful and breathtaking feeling. Even Zhu Rui, who was standing next to this man, felt overshadowed by him. If Zhuowen hadn't noticed the Adam's apple on this man's neck, he would have thought that this man was a woman dressed as a man. This Adam's apple proved that this guy was a real man. Brother Zhua, this is my senior brother, Yao Xiangjuan. Zhu Rui smiled at Zhuowen. Chapter 2297. 7 Profound Pill, Brother Zhua. Can I have a word with you? Yao Xiangjuan, who was as beautiful as a woman, coughed dryly and smiled at Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. Although he and Yao Xiangjuan had never met, he could see that Yao Xiangjuan had no malice towards him. Zhuowen and Yao Xiangjuan walked to the side. After Yao Xiangjuan set up a silencing restriction around them, he said to Zhuowen in a deep voice, Brother Zhua, I'm here for your heavenly starry sky essence. Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and a murderous intent burst out from his eyes as he stared coldly at Yao Xiangjuan. At the same time, Zhuowen was even more puzzled. How did Yao Xiangjuan know that he had the heavenly starry sky essence? Brother Zhua, don't misunderstand. I was born with a pair of eyes that can see through restrictions, so the things that the cultivators of the Quicksand family take out can't escape my eyes, and yours is the same, Yao Xiangjuan explained. Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that Yao Xiangjuan had such an ability. He thought that this guy was investigating him. I'm sorry, I've basically given all my heavenly starry sky essence to Master Kuangli to help me refine tools, so I don't have much left on me. After all, I also need this thing. Zhuowen cupped his hands and said. Yao Xiangjuan was not surprised by Zhuowen's refusal. He smiled and said, I only need 1 drop. Brother Zhua, don't worry, I won't let you take it out for free. This thing should be enough to exchange for a drop of heavenly starry sky essence. With that, Yao Xiangjuan took out a brocade box and handed it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen opened the brocade box and found that a pill with 7 golden lines on its surface was lying quietly in the brocade box. A strong medicinal aura burst out like the light of the rising sun, exceptionally dazzling. This is the 7 Profound Pill. Zhuowen's heart trembled as he stared fixedly at the pill with 7 golden veins in the brocade box. The 7 Profound Pill was a pill that could allow cultivators to reach the 7th level of the Void Sky Realm. It was a pill that cultivators at the 6th level of the Void Sky Realm desired the most. However, the value of the 7 Xiandan was even higher than the Sky Rank Dan. Even the Heavenly Devil Island didn't have many of them, let alone give them away. This Yao Xiangjuan did not hesitate to take out this 7 Profound Pill. It could be seen that this guy should also be a rich master. It was just that Zhuowen was surprised. This Yao Xiangjuan was so rich. Why didn't his junior sister Zhu Rui even have a single Empyrean Dan, and still wanted to exchange with him? In fact, what Zhuowen didn't know was that Yao Xiangjuan's position in the sect was much higher than Zhu Rui's, and he was also deeply favored by his master, so he had a lot of good things on him. However, Zhu Rui's talent could only be considered average, so she was not valued by the sect. Naturally, she was embarrassed. I think it's not too much to exchange the 7 Profound Pill for a drop of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence, right? Yao Xiangjuan smiled slightly. Zhuowen closed the brocade box again, pondered for a moment, and nodded. It's not too much. This 7 Profound Pill is very useful to me. Here's a drop of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence. Take it. Saying so, Zhuowen simply took out a drop of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence and handed it to Yao Xiangjuan. Yao Xiangjuan carefully took out a jade bottle and stored the drop of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence. Happy cooperation. Yao Xiangjuan showed a relaxed smile. He looked up and down at Zhuowen, and his eyes suddenly became dignified and serious. "Brother Yao, what's wrong?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. Yao Xiangjuan quickly said, "Brother Zhua, someone has placed a divine sense imprint on you, and it's a very powerful person. If I'm not wrong, it might be Kuang Lu." Zhuowen pretended to be surprised and said, "How is that possible? Why would Grandmaster Kuang Lu place a divine sense imprint on me? Maybe he has taken a fancy to your heavenly domain starry sky essence or something else. You have to be extra careful. I can see this divine sense imprint, but I'm not qualified to expel it." As Yao Xiangjuan spoke up to hear, a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. Obviously, as far as he was concerned, Zhuowen being targeted by Kuang Li probably bode ill rather than well. "Many thanks for Brother Yao's reminder. This Shua will pay attention." Zhuowen cupped his fists and immediately rushed to Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan's side. After exchanging some pleasantries, he bid farewell to Yao Xiangjuan and Zhu Ruei and left. "This Zhuowen won't live for long." Yao Xiangjuan sighed softly. Zhu Ruei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly asked, "Senior brother, what do you mean?" Yao Xiangjuan shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about this. In short, this Zhuowen has been targeted by Kuang Lu, and this boy is a rogue cultivator, so Zhu Ruei fell into silence." Yao Xiangjuan was right. This Zhuowen didn't have a weak background like they did. Kuang Lu was the most powerful cultivator in the Guilin Galaxy. Since this Zhuowen had been targeted by such an expert, it was almost certain that he would die. "Brother Chao, Miss Chao, let's part ways here. I may have to stay in the Guilin Galaxy for a while." After flying for some distance, Zhuowen suddenly cupped his fists and said to Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan, since he had been targeted by Kuang Lu, it was naturally impossible for him to continue staying with Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan. Otherwise, the two of them would be in too much danger. Therefore, now was the best time to part ways. Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan both revealed puzzled expressions. Obviously, Zhuowen's farewell was too abrupt. However, after listening to Zhuowen's explanation, the two of them didn't have much doubt. "Brother Zhua, little brother Zhua, this time, it was all thanks to you that we father and daughter were lucky enough to escape the Chao family and survive." Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan respectfully bowed to Zhuowen. After saying a few words of farewell, they took out their flying ships and left. Watching Chao Feng and Chao Ziyuan gradually disappear from his sight, Zhuowen also turned around and left. He needed to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Moreover, he also needed to prepare early. After all, he didn't know when Kuang Lu would come knocking on his door. Therefore, he needed to prepare early. Zhuowen chose an inconspicuous meteorite in the northern part of the old Orchid Galaxy, near the Death Ice Field. Then he spent 3 days and 3 nights arranging dozens of grand arrays on this meteorite, such as entrapment and killing arrays and offensive arrays. Zhuowen was now a Tier 8 God Array Master. Moreover, the Beast Bone Array Disc was much more powerful than ordinary array discs. Therefore, the arrays arranged by Zhuowen were definitely Tier 8 arrays with terrifying power. Moreover, dozens of killing arrays were stacked together. If an ordinary Void Sky 8th Step cultivator were to enter, they would definitely die. Even a peak Void Sky 8th Step cultivator would be seriously injured. Kuang Lu was a half-step Void Sky 9th Step cultivator who was even stronger than a peak Void Sky 8th Step cultivator. Zhuowen estimated that these killing arrays wouldn't be able to seriously injure Kuang Lu. However, they should be able to cause him a lot of trouble. Coupled with some of Zhuowen's trump cards, he had a high chance of making Kuang Lu stay. After setting up the killing array, Zhuowen then set up an extremely concealed shielding array outside of the dozens of great arrays. In addition, Zhuowen also moved a lot of meteorites to cover the surroundings, completely concealing the place where he was cultivating in seclusion. Chapter 2298. Kuang Li. After doing all this, Zhuowen entered the center of the array, intending to go into seclusion. He had already obtained the qualification token, so he could enter the spatial quicksand river at any time. However, Zhuowen was not in a hurry. His harvest, this time, was not small. Not only did he obtain the Sword Heart Stone, he also obtained the 7 Profound Pill from Yao Shangjuan. He planned to increase his strength first before entering the spatial quicksand river. This way he would have a greater chance. On the praying mat, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out a sword-shaped stone. This was the Sword Heart Stone. At the same time, Zhuowen took out the ancient king's sword from the spirit ring. As soon as the king's sword appeared, it let out a clear sword cry. Then it swept to Zhuowen's side and circled around Zhuowen with a slightly wronged expression. Haha, it's been hard on you, but I will need you soon. Now, I will increase your level. Zhuowen said with a smile. The king's sword seemed to understand Zhuowen's words and let out a cheerful sword cry. It obediently floated in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen took the Sword Heart Stone and placed it on the king's sword's body. Then he summoned the black-clothed Zhuowen and spat out a mouthful of extreme flame. The terrifying extreme flame wrapped around the Sword Heart Stone and the king's sword. The blazing high temperature was fusing the Sword Heart Stone, causing the Sword Heart Stone's energy to flow into the king's sword through the method of melting. Although the extreme flame was terrifying, the king's sword was also extraordinary. It was able to withstand the burning of the extreme flame. The extreme flame burned for 10 days and 10 nights, and Zhuowen also sat cross-legged for 10 days and 10 nights. On the morning of the 11th day, the Sword Heart Stone finally completely fused into the 2 king's swords. Whoosh! A surge of aura suddenly burst out from the king's sword. Then it sprinkled out like rain. Under this aura, countless cracks appeared on the surrounding meteorites. Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and the emperor's sword that had soared into the sky suddenly appeared in his hand. At this moment, Wang Jian's body was like a mirror. The simplicity of his body had faded a lot and was replaced by a sharp aura. It gave people a feeling that he had taken on a new look. Holding the king's sword in his hand, Zhuowen suddenly slashed out. Suddenly, the sword light swept out like raindrops and scattered in all directions. In an instant, Zhuowen performed the Tao Destruction sword art. He practiced the moves one by one, and his speed became faster and faster. Sword Dragon slashes the sky. When Zhuowen practiced the 8th move of the Tao Destruction sword technique, terrifying sword chi surged and condensed into a sharp, long dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it swept forward explosively. Everywhere it passed, space exploded and the galaxy shook. At the moment of the 8th move, Zhuowen's sword momentum did not change. He actually used the 9th move of destruction sword principle, Big Bang. When the sword was unleashed, the sky broke, the earth shattered, and the world collapsed. After the sword was unleashed, the death ice field in front of Zhuowen trembled violently. Then 1/3 of the ice field in the death ice field shattered into countless ice fragments. The death ice field was several times larger than the galaxy. 1/3 of the death ice field was equivalent to a galaxy. The sword was able to shatter 1/3 of the death ice field. It could be seen how terrifying the power of the sword was. Zhuowen kept his sword and stood there, his eyes filled with excitement. After adding the Sword Heart Stone, the power of the king's sword had reached an unprecedented level. It was even stronger than the 2 secondary heaven-breaking divine weapons, Destroyer Meteor and 9 Extinction divine pattern sword. Zhuowen knew that the Sword Heart Stone had really given him a great deal. Suddenly, Zhuowen frowned. The monitoring formation that he had set up hundreds of millions of miles away was destroyed. Obviously, someone had broken into the area where he was cultivating in seclusion. Quangli. Zhuowen noticed that the spiritual consciousness imprint that was still on his body was also moving at this moment. The corners of his mouth revealed a cold smile. He immediately took off the spiritual consciousness imprint and planted it on the praying mat under his feet. After that, he quietly left this place. Kuang Li was not easy to deal with. Zhuowen had thought about it a lot in the past 10 days. He didn't want to face Kuang Li so early. After all, if he fought a half-step virtual sky expert like Zhou Deng head-on, he would at most win a Pyrrhic victory. It wouldn't do him any good. After he came out of the space-time quicksand river, he would find the quicksand family again. Of course, Zhuowen also knew that even if he didn't find the quicksand family would find him when the time came. Thinking of this, Zhuowen quietly left this place and rushed towards the space-time quicksand river. Not long after Zhuowen left, a figure quietly rushed to the periphery of the death ice field. It was a tall and muscular man. This person was Kuang Li of the quicksand family. At this moment, Kuang Li's gaze fell on the meteorite at the front. This meteorite was surrounded by 7 or 8 small meteorites. It was attached to the edge of the death ice field and looked extremely inconspicuous. It's been 10 days, but this boy still hasn't entered the space-time quicksand river. I'm afraid he's in seclusion here. Although I want to wait until this place enters the space-time quicksand river before dealing with this boy, it's fine now. The sooner I deal with him, the sooner I can be at ease. Kuang Li's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed into the meteorite. He was a half-step virtual sky Zhou Deng expert, dealing with a mere virtual sky Zhou Deng, and he really didn't need to sneak up on him. He could just directly crush him. However, the moment Kuang Li entered the meteorite, he immediately found that something was wrong. There was no one inside the meteorite. His gaze fell on a futon in the middle of the meteorite. He sensed the spiritual sense imprint he had planted on this futon. Kuang Li's pupils shrank. He knew he had been fooled. Just as he was about to leave, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. A terrifying killing intent swept over like a storm. Bastard! It's actually a killing array. This little bastard has already discovered my spiritual sense imprint. This little bastard actually schemed against me? Kuang Lu roared. Surging divine power surged out like angry dragons, blocking all the killing attacks coming from the surroundings. With Kuang Li's resistance, the killing intent suddenly became several times more intense. Then, the hidden killing formations all erupted. Dozens of killing arrays. How can this little bastard's array Dao level be so high? He actually arranged so many killing arrays in such a short time. Feeling the surging killing intent, Kuang Li's expression finally changed. He didn't put a single killing array in his eyes, even if it was a level 8 array. However, the power of dozens of killing arrays superimposed together was something even an expert like Kuang Li had to consider carefully. Bang! 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 In an instant, an extremely terrifying explosion erupted in the death ice field. This explosion was too terrifying. The entire death ice field fell apart, completely turning into ruins. When the explosion was completely over, Kuang Li rushed out with disheveled hair. At this moment, Kuang Li was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. He looked like a beggar on the street. Little bastard, I won't let you go. Just you wait. Don't let me find you. Once I find you, I'll make you beg for death. Chapter 2299. Space-Time Stone Pillar. Since the method to enter the space-time quicksand river is in the hands of the quicksand family, and now that Kuang Li has been fooled by me, he must be furious. I must enter the space-time quicksand river before he can react. Zhuowen muttered to himself as he sat inside the airship in the starry sky, his eyes flashing. Xiaohei, go faster! Zhuowen said to Xiaohei, who was piloting the airship in front of him. Xiaohei curled her lips and grumbled. However, she didn't delay and immediately increased the speed of the airship to a new height. The space-time quicksand river wasn't particularly far from the Gulan celestial river, so it only took Zhuowen 3 hours to reach the periphery of the space-time quicksand river. Zhuowen looked at the river suspended in the vast starry sky in the distance, with a glimmer of light in his eyes. The space-time quicksand river was composed of space-time laws, which were much stronger than the surrounding starry sky laws. Therefore, the surrounding starry sky was repelled by the space-time quicksand river. Coupled with the fact that the space-time quicksand river was grayish-white and stretched across the starry sky, it looked like a surging river. There were many cultivators on the periphery of the space-time quicksand river, but compared to the surrounding starry sky, it didn't feel crowded at all. On the contrary, it looked spacious and sparse. There were many buildings around the space-time quicksand river, but Zhuowen could see that these were all temporary buildings. After all, space-time distortions often appeared near the space-time quicksand river. Therefore, the surrounding buildings could easily be destroyed by the space-time distortions. Therefore, no one lived around the space-time quicksand river. Only some adventurers would often come here. However, at the outermost periphery of these temporary buildings, an extremely magnificent white jade temple attracted his attention. At a glance, one could tell that this temple had existed for a very long time. In this place where space-time distortions could happen at any time, this temple had remained intact until now. From this, one could see that this temple was not an ordinary building. Back then, Chao Feng had told him about the method to enter the river of space-time quicksand. He had to enter Quicksand Temple, and Zhuowen knew that the white jade temple in front of him was the Quicksand Temple that Chao Feng had mentioned. Before Zhuowen got off the airship, he had already changed his appearance. He knew very well that, after being tricked by him, Kuang Li would definitely not let him off. Perhaps he had already spread the news of him to everyone in the Quicksand family. Zhuowen's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Zhuowen headed straight for the white jade temple. It had to be said that there were quite a number of cultivators here. However, most of them could only look up at the temple. None of them attempted to approach or enter it. Everyone knew that without Wild Gravel's permission, no one could enter the temple. Even though everyone knew that the temple hid the secret to entering the space-time quicksand river, they still didn't dare to barge in. The Quicksand family was the most powerful force in the old Orchid Star River. No one here dared to risk offending the Quicksand family by entering the temple. Once they barged in, the price they would have to pay would be their life. When Zhuowen walked to the entrance, he saw two familiar faces. The two people were a man and a woman. The woman was beautiful, but the man beside her was even more beautiful than the woman. If the man wasn't wearing men's clothes, he might have been mistaken for a woman, and an extremely beautiful woman at that. Zhuowen was naturally no stranger to these two people. They were Zhu Rui and Yao Xiangjuan, whom he had met once in the Quicksand family. The two also noticed Zhuowen walking over. Zhu Rui just glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. She didn't recognize Zhuowen, and her eyes were extremely calm. Yao Xiangjuan, on the other hand, gave Zhuowen a meaningful look, and the corners of his mouth revealed an unfathomable smile. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He knew that Yao Xiangjuan should have recognized him. He wasn't surprised by this. Yao Xiangjuan had a pair of strange eyes. Previously, Yao Xiangjuan not only saw through Zhuowen's restriction on the heavenly domain star essence in the jade bottle, but also saw through the Wild Gravel's spiritual sense imprint on him. Now that he could see through his disguise, it was reasonable. "Friend, you also entered the space-time quicksand river? I think you have something urgent to do. Why don't you go in first?" Yao Xiangjuan looked at Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Thank you." Zhuowen cupped his fists and stepped forward. He knew very well that Yao Xiangjuan wanted to help him, so he also intended to accept this kindness. Zhuowen knew very well that Wild Gravel should be here soon. At that time, this old man would definitely recognize him. At that time, it would be difficult for him to enter the space-time quicksand river. Therefore, he certainly couldn't stay here any longer. The more he stayed, the more dangerous it would be. The space inside the temple was quite large, but there weren't many people. In the center of the temple stood a stone pillar. This stone pillar was covered with red runes, and the ancient aura it exuded made Zhuowen's heart tremble. The stone pillar reached the top of the temple, supporting the central vein of the entire temple. This is the space-time stone pillar, Zhuowen muttered to himself. Chao Feng had told him a lot about the temple before. Generally, cultivators who entered the space-time quicksand river must pass through the space-time stone pillar. It was said that the space-time stone pillar was accidentally obtained by wild gravel of the quicksand family. Moreover, they relied on the space-time stone pillar to build the temple around it. It was also because of this space-time stone pillar that the temple wasn't affected by the space-time quicksand river's spatial distortion and stood until now. Around the space-time stone pillar, there were 3 black-robed old men sitting cross-legged. Zhuowen's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the 3 black-robed old men. The skinny old man sitting in the center glanced at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "Do you have a qualification token?" Zhuowen didn't waste any time and threw the qualification token in his hand to the black-robed old man. These 3 old men weren't simple. They were all powerhouses of the Void Sky 8th step, especially the skinny old man. He was probably at the late stage of the Void Sky 8th step at the very least. These 3 were all powerhouses of the Quicksand family. The fact that the Quicksand family could send these 3 powerhouses to guard the space-time stone pillar showed how important it was to the space-time stone pillar. After Zhuowen handed over the qualification token, Zhu Rui and Yao Xiangjuan entered the temple. "Senior brother, why did you let this person in first?" Zhu Rui looked at Zhuowen with some displeasure. Yao Xiangjuan smiled and said, "This person is an old friend of ours, and he might be a little troublesome. There's nothing wrong with letting him in first." Zhu Rui was puzzled. She glanced at Zhuowen again and found that he gave her a very unfamiliar feeling. She was sure that she had never seen this person before. So why did Yao Xiangjuan say that this person was an old friend of hers? Just as Yao Xiangjuan was about to explain, his gaze suddenly changed, and he turned to look outside the temple. Chapter 2300. Battle, stop this kid. Don't let him get close to the space-time stone pillar. A thunderous voice came from the periphery of the river of space-time, ringing in the ears of all the cultivators. The skinny old man who had just finished checking and returned the qualification token to Zhuowen with the intention of letting him enter the space-time stone pillar snorted coldly and reached out with his right hand, grabbing at Zhuowen. Surging divine power formed an unprecedentedly large hand and grabbed at Zhuowen. "What's going on?" Zhu Rui was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. Although the voice just now was unfamiliar to her, she vaguely guessed that it was most likely the voice of the drifting sand family's ancestor, Kuang-Li. Think about it, besides Kuang-Li, there was no other person in the drifting sand family who could order the 3 black-robed old men to attack the space-time stone pillar. Yao Xiangjuan frowned and pulled Zhu Rui out of the divine temple. He sighed as he looked at the young man who was enveloped by the skinny old man's divine power hand. Yao Xiangjuan knew very well that these 3 old men were the drifting sand family's hidden, undying old men. They were all very powerful. Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the peak of the 6th step Void Sky stage. Facing these 3 powerhouses was a dead end. Not to mention Zhuowen. Even if Yao Xiangjuan went up himself, he would only barely be able to protect himself. He might not even be able to escape. Rumble. The moment the divine power hand completely enveloped Zhuowen, a sharp sword light soared into the sky. Then, the divine power hand collapsed with a loud bang. Terrifying shock waves tore the surrounding space apart, turning into a storm that swept out. The tall stone pillars around the divine temple were all shattered by the shock waves. In just an instant, the divine temple collapsed, revealing the space-time stone pillar at the center of the divine temple. The many cultivators who were originally active in the periphery of the river of space-time were completely attracted by the battle in the divine temple. In particular, when they saw an unknown young man facing off against 3 black-robed old men. Many of the surrounding cultivators were surprised. Who is this person? He actually provoked 3 temple guardians. Is he courting death? This person's aura is only at the peak of the 6th step of the void sky realm. I don't know what he did to provoke the guardians of the divine temple. It seems like he's going to be in trouble. The uproar in the surroundings became more and more intense, especially when someone discovered that Zhouwen's aura was only at the peak of the 6th step of the void sky realm. Everyone was even more shocked and felt that this strange youth was courting death. Sigh, it's still too late. I'm afraid that Zhouwen will be killed by the guardian of the divine temple before Kuangli even arrives. Yao Xiangjuan shook his head and looked at the back of the young man who was facing the 3 temple guardians with a complicated gaze. Although the sound of the wild gravel rolled over, Yao Xiangjuan could see that the wild gravel was still quite a distance away. It would take some time for the wild gravel to arrive. That sentence just now was to remind the temple guardian to stop Zhouwen. Zhouwen? Senior brother, you said that this person is Zhouwen? Zhu Rui also reacted now and looked at the young man's back in surprise. No wonder Yao Xiangjuan said that this person was their old friend, so this person was Zhouwen. Zhu Rui did not doubt Yao Xiangjuan's judgment. She was very clear about the strangeness of Yao Xiangjuan's eyes. Any disguise would be useless in front of Yao Xiangjuan. Zhu Rui fell silent as she looked at Zhouwen's back with a complicated expression. She sighed in her heart. Although she didn't know how Zhouwen had offended the wild gravel, she now knew that Zhouwen wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Not to mention the wild gravel, even the 3 temple guardians in front of him could easily kill Zhouwen. The skinny old man looked at Zhouwen in surprise. He didn't expect that the boy in front of him would be able to block his divine power attack. Although it was just a casual attack, it should have been more than enough to kill an ant of the 6th step of the void sky realm. However, the situation now was that the ant he thought was actually able to block his attack. It seems that you do have some skills. Although I do not know what you've done to cause Lord Kuangli to go to such great lengths, I do know that since you've offended Lord Kuangli, you will die without a burial ground. The skinny old man smiled slightly. His right hand formed a claw and tore the void. Suddenly, countless claw shadows burst out from the void and enveloped Zhouwen. Zhouwen silently looked at the incoming claw shadow, and with a flick of his finger, a divine sword covered in lightning and fire energy shot out. The thunderfire sword suddenly slashed the void, and the lightning and fire energy swept out like a gale. Suddenly, the surrounding claw shadows were torn to pieces by the lightning and fire energy. Little blood disciple, follow me. Let's kill this old fart together. After the thunderfire sword shattered the claw shadows, Xiao Hei called the blood immortal sword and attacked the skinny old man. The skinny old man's face changed slightly. He didn't expect the young man to have such a divine weapon. It actually broke his attack so easily. Moreover, the skinny old man could faintly feel that the thunderfire sword's power was extremely terrifying. It was probably not weaker than him, so the skinny old man didn't dare to be careless. The 2 of you kill this boy. Don't let him escape. The skinny old man ordered the other 2 old men. Then he stomped his right foot and rushed toward the thunderfire sword. Boom! Boom! In just an instant, the skinny old man and the thunderfire sword collided. The 2 were evenly matched, and it was difficult to tell who would win. However, with the help of the blood immortal sword, the thunderfire sword had the upper hand in the battle with the skinny old man. While the skinny old man and the thunderfire sword were fighting, the other 2 black-robed old men had already arrived in front of Zhouwen. The 2 old men's eyes were slightly contemptuous. They were both experts at the early stage of the void sky 8th step. Naturally, they wouldn't be so cautious and serious when dealing with an ant at the peak of the void sky 6th step. Zhouwen also saw the 2 old men's casual attacks and sneered in his heart. Although the strength of Zhuowen's original body was inferior to that of his doppelganger, it was definitely extremely powerful. The two old men were only at the early stage of the void sky 8th step. How dare they look down on him? They were simply courting death. Thinking of this, Zhuowen held the king's sword in his hand and spread the torch dragon wings behind him. He turned into an afterimage and dodged the two old men's attacks. Destruction sword technique. The moment he dodged the attack, Zhuowen immediately performed the destruction sword technique. He performed the first sword move, the sword piercing brambles, to the 7th sword move, the sword swimming great void in one breath. The sword light was like a waterfall. It went against the flow of the destruction sword technique and whistled toward the two old men. Chapter 2301. Exterminate, you're not a cultivator of the 6 steps of the void sky? One of the old men couldn't help but look at Zhuowen. He immediately used all of his strength to block the sword light. This sword light was too powerful. A mere cultivator of the 6 steps of the void sky would definitely not be able to use such a terrifying sword light. I am a cultivator of the 6 steps of the void sky, but I'm not an ordinary cultivator. Zhuowen grinned, the emperor's sword in his hand changed again, and he used the 8th sword move, sword dragon, slashing the heavens. In an instant, the sword light surged out and formed a huge dragon in front of Zhuowen that exuded a sharp sword aura. The dragon roared and instantly enveloped the old man's entire body. The old man was already struggling to resist the sharp sword aura, so how could he have any extra strength to resist this terrifying sword dragon? The moment the sword dragon swallowed the old man, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Of course, the scream only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. It was obvious that the old man had completely fallen. You're not a cultivator of the 6 steps of the void sky. You're hiding your cultivation. When the other old man saw his companion being killed in an instant, he was shocked. He stomped his right foot and immediately fled into the distance. His strength was about the same as his companion's. His companion was so easily killed by Zhuowen. If he stubbornly resisted, he would be defeated sooner or later. It was better to escape as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Zhuowen would not let this old man go so easily. Zhuowen's eyes became sharp, and then a golden light flashed out from between his eyebrows. Soul kill. The golden light was very fast, and it immediately rushed into the old man's forehead. The old man's body stiffened, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Of course, this pain only lasted for 3 breaths of time before the old man regained his consciousness. When the old man wanted to continue escaping, it was already too late. 3 breaths of time was enough for Zhuowen to catch up to the old man. Sword dragon slashing the heavens. An indifferent voice slowly sounded from behind the old man. The old man abruptly turned around, and what greeted him was an incomparably huge dragon formed from countless sword cheese. When the second elder completely fell, everyone around was dumbfounded. Some people even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. So strong. Zhu Rui stood not too far away. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she watched the scene unfold. After a long while, she finally uttered these 2 words. Yao Shangjuan smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that I misjudged him. This Zhuowen is really not simple. I'm afraid his strength is stronger than mine." The skinny old man, who was originally entangled with the Thunderfire sword, also noticed the 2 fallen companions. Immediately his eyes widened and he was shocked. He wanted to attack and kill the culprit. Unfortunately, the Thunderfire sword was not to be trifled with. It firmly entangled the skinny old man, causing him to only be able to passively resist. "Old man, don't be so anxious. Your master dragon will soon send you to see your 2 fellow sufferers. Don't worry." Xiao Hei's nature was difficult to change. When he saw Zhuowen quickly deal with the other 2, he couldn't help but feel complacent and start to boast. The skinny old man was furious when he heard this and said, "Die!" As he spoke, the skinny old man suddenly withdrew the illusory sky bridge. Then his illusory sky bridge actually started to burn, and the skinny old man's aura instantly rose to an extremely terrifying level in a short period of time. Bang! The skinny old man suddenly blasted out a punch, and the Thunderfire sword and Blood Immortal sword were actually blasted back repeatedly. Motherfucker, this old man is burning the illusory sky bridge. Kid, I'll leave this old man to you. This master dragon is a little tired. I'm going to rest first. I think your strength is sufficient to annihilate this arrogant old man. When Xiao Hei saw the skinny old man burn the illusory sky bridge and increase his strength by several times, he immediately became terrified and consciously retreated behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen was slightly speechless as he looked at Xiao Hei, who was clearly cowering but was still clamoring endlessly. This fellow's skin is really getting thicker and thicker. He's really incurable. Bang! Not long after Xiao Hei hid behind Zhuowen, the skinny old man's attack had already flashed over. The illusory sky bridge above the skinny old man's head was burning, and his expression was ferocious and murderous. Zhuowen stood silently and fearlessly facing the skinny old man who was getting closer and closer. Many cultivators in the surroundings watched this scene with rapt attention. Everyone knew that the skinny old man had burned the illusory sky bridge. As everyone knew, although burning the illusory sky bridge could temporarily increase one's strength by several times, the side effects were very great. This was because one's realm would inevitably drop after the event. Generally, only cultivators in a life and death situation would use this method to burn the illusory sky bridge. The skinny old man's strength was already very strong. Now that he had burned the illusory sky bridge, his strength was even more terrifying. The surrounding people wanted to see how this mysterious young man would deal with such a powerful, skinny old man. Heaven and earth splitter. Zhuowen slowly raised the king's sword and then slowly slashed it in front of him. It was very gentle, as if he was performing a sword dance. With one slash, the sky split open, the earth shattered, and the world collapsed. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles of space with Zhuowen as the center completely collapsed. Moreover, this collapse was not an ordinary one. It was a complete collapse. The entire starry sky was crushed into nothingness by this collapse. Even the darkness seemed to have lost all meaning in this collapse. The skinny old man, who was about to approach Zhuowen, had a drastic change in expression when the surrounding space collapsed. Afterward, he found that his movements were completely restricted. He wanted to move, but he found that his movements had become very slow. It was as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on him. Zhuowen stood in the center of the collapsed space and put away his sword. He silently looked at the skinny old man who was moving slowly and said indifferently, "Farewell!" As soon as these words were spoken, countless violent sword intents surged out from the collapsed space. From afar, it looked like a violent storm was raging in the collapsed space, and the storm was formed by sword intents. Countless sword intents pierced through the skinny old man's body. The skinny old man screamed and was finally torn into pieces by the countless sword intents. The illusory sky bridge was also shattered into pieces. As soon as the skinny old man died, countless sword intents surged into Zhuowen's king's sword in the center, like tadpoles in water. The collapsed space of tens of thousands of miles gradually returned to its original appearance of the starry sky chart. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into silence. Everyone raised their heads and stared at the young man standing in the void with his hands behind his back. No one had expected such an outcome. Just think about it. One side was only a young man at the 6th level of the illusory sky bridge, while the other side had 3 peerless powerhouses at the 8th level of the illusory sky bridge. The disparity between the two sides was extremely large, but the final result made everyone's jaws drop. A young man at the 6th level of the illusory sky bridge had easily slaughtered 3 temple guardians at the 8th level of the illusory sky bridge. This result was absolutely crazy in the eyes of many people. Zhuo, when slowly turned his head to look at the distant horizon. There, a figure exuding an extremely violent aura was rushing towards them at high speed. Quan Li, wait until I, Zhuowen, come out of the river of space-time, quicksand again. I'll look for you. You'd better wash your neck clean. Chapter 2302. Enter the river of time and space, quicksand the moment Zhuowen disappeared into the space-time stone pillar. Wild Gravel had already arrived near the space-time stone pillar. When he saw the mess around him, he was so angry that he trembled. Little bastard, I won't let you leave this place alive. Quan Li took a deep breath, his eyes filled with resentment. His loss this time could not be said to be small. The 3 temple guardians were the cornerstones of his quicksand family. Now that they had fallen, the impact on the quicksand family was not small. This time, I'm afraid that Quan Lu will send a large number of troops to guard this place. If Brother Zhuo comes out of the river of space-time quicksand, he will most likely be doomed. In the distance, Yao Xiangjuan glanced at Quan Li, who had landed near the space-time stone pillar, and muttered softly. Zhu Rui nodded in agreement and said, Senior brother, are we going in now? Quan Li is still angry. Go in. What are you afraid of? The Drifting Sand family is only the strongest family in the old Orchid Galaxy. Don't tell me they want to dominate the entire 6 Desires, heavenly realm. Yao Xiangjuan smiled and walked toward the time and space stone pillar. Zhu Rui followed closely behind. Quan Li was still in a state of rage when he noticed that 2 more people were approaching the space-time stone pillar. His eyes widened as a powerful aura pressed down on Yao Xiangjuan and Zhu Rui. Yao Xiangjuan was already prepared. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a jade token. The surface of the jade-colored token emitted a jade-colored light, which instantly enveloped Yao Xiangjuan and Zhu Rui. The imposing aura fell on the jade-colored light and dissipated. Quan Li's eyes narrowed. He looked at the jade token floating above Yao Xiangjuan's head in astonishment, and his gaze finally changed. Are you a disciple of 6 Desires Palace? Quan Li asked in a deep voice. The corners of Yao Xiangjuan's mouth curled into a smile. He did not answer Quan Li's question directly. Instead, he continued to walk slowly towards the space-time pillar. Master Wild Gravel, I just want to try my luck in the temporal quicksand river. I hope you don't mind. Although Yao Xiangjuan's words were polite, he didn't look at Quan Li. He didn't even stop walking. Quan Li's eyes immediately darkened, but when he saw the jade token floating above Yao Xiangjuan's head, he suppressed his anger. It was not the first time he had seen such a jade token. Generally, those who possessed such a jade token had a high status in the 6 Desires Palace. The 6 Desires Palace was a colossus in the 6 Desires heavenly domain. In front of the 6 Desires Palace, the Quicksand family was like an ant. Although Quan Li was angry, he did not dare to act recklessly. After Yao Xiangjuan and Zhu Rui entered the space-time pillar, Quan Li snorted coldly and left. This time he had to make a trip back. He needed to send more troops to guard the space-time pillar. He might not dare to touch Yao Xiangjuan, but he had to touch Zhuowen. A mere loose cultivator had actually killed the Divine Temple's guardian and even tricked Wild Gravel himself. Wild Gravel would definitely not be able to take this lying down. As long as Zhuowen showed any signs of coming out, Quan Li would not let him off. He would definitely capture him and torture him to death. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. What appeared in front of him was a desert. His divine sense could cover this desert, but when he reached the edge of the desert, there was only an endless void. He could not touch the end. Zhuowen unfolded his torch dragon wings and rushed out of the desert. What he came into contact with was still an endless space. There was no color or form. He could only feel the space coming and going, but he could not really control the transformation of this space. There was no direction, no position, and no aura of life. There was only emptiness and nothingness. Zhuowen kept flapping his torch dragon wings and flew tirelessly. He wanted to know what was at the end of this desert. After flying for a few days, Zhuowen found that the desert he was standing in had completely disappeared. In front of him was an empty gray space. The ground, the sky, and even his breathing had a gray feeling. Zhuowen took a deep breath and stopped. He knew that he should have completely entered the space-time quicksand river. Now he should be in an area with spatial laws. In this place, space constantly overlapped with each other. With the alternation of spatial laws, space also constantly changed. It looked like many blocks piled up together. If one of the squares represented a kind of space, then when you jumped out of that square, you might enter a different square. That is to say, Zhuowen should be shuttling between spaces right now. The desert he had just experienced was one space, and the empty gray space he was experiencing now was another. In this place, as long as you kept moving, you might go from one space to another. You might also be trapped in one space forever, never to come out. The aura of spatial laws here was extremely rich. For cultivators, it was indeed an excellent place to comprehend spatial laws. However, at the same time, it was also the most dangerous place. With overlapping spaces, you wouldn't know where you were. It was like falling into an endless maze. If you couldn't find the right exit, you would never be able to leave this place. Zhuowen took out a dim, yellow map from his spirit ring. This map was the location of the space-time key he obtained from the Devourer King. Zhuowen looked at this map carefully and found that it was divided into 3 areas. They were the spatial law area, the temporal law area, and the space-time law area. The space-time key was hidden somewhere in the space-time law area. In other words, if Zhuowen wanted to obtain the space-time key, he had to enter the space-time law area. The foundation of entering the space-time law area was that he had to pass through the spatial and temporal law areas. The best way to pass through these 2 areas was to have a preliminary understanding of these 2 laws. Then he would have to rely on his own understanding to explore and move forward. After keeping the map, Zhuowen started to switch spaces continuously. Time flowed by in this boring space switch. Zhuowen was completely immersed in it. The reason why Zhuowen kept switching between different spaces was because he noticed that every time he switched from one space to another, the spatial laws emitted were the densest. This was beneficial for Zhuowen's comprehension. During these switches, he had experienced all kinds of spaces: desert space, swamp space, forest space, ocean space, mountain space. There was nothing in the gray space, the empty world, the wind blade world. He had experienced spatial collapse, spatial dislocation, spatial cracks. In this place, he even felt spatial folding and spatial distortion. Chapter 2303. Comprehending space. When Zhuowen went to school in his previous life, he learned about the basics of space. The so-called space essence was a form of material objective existence. However, as Zhuowen continued to touch the surrounding space, he discovered that space was indeed a kind of material. Moreover, the adjacent spaces between spaces were separated by endless distances. If you wanted to use ordinary methods to cross from one space to another, it would be very difficult to do. It was like an ant wanting to cross the ocean. It was simply impossible. However, if you compared the 2 spaces to the 2 ends of a piece of paper and folded the paper in half, then the 2 ends of the paper would be very close. Zhuowen knew that the power that could make this paper fold in half was the law of space. As long as Zhuowen could comprehend the law of space, then he would have the ability to break the barrier between adjacent spaces. He would be able to easily break the space barrier and leave this overlapping space area. However, although Zhuowen knew the truth, what could he do to comprehend the law of space more efficiently? Thinking of this, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the countless overlapping spaces in front of him. His eyes flickered, and an extremely powerful divine sense suddenly blasted out from between his eyebrows. Zhuowen's divine sense was now extremely powerful. The divine sense hand formed from it was even stronger than an 8th step void sky cultivator. The divine sense hand instantly swept out and grabbed the edge of the space in front of Zhuowen. At the same time, Zhuowen once again created another divine sense hand and grabbed the edge of the space he was in. The moment the two divine sense hands grabbed the edge of the two spaces, Zhuowen roared and gradually drew the two spaces closer. If outsiders were to see this scene, they would definitely think that Zhuowen had gone crazy. Everyone knew that there was a strong barrier between adjacent spaces. Only by mastering the law of space could one break this barrier, allowing cultivators to easily cross spaces. However, Zhuowen had not completely mastered the law of space. He had just entered this place, but he actually tried to use his divine sense to forcibly break the barrier between spaces. This was absolutely a bold approach. If there was even the slightest mistake, perhaps his life would be in danger. Fortunately, Zhuowen's divine sense was too strong, and he was able to withstand the huge impact brought about by breaking through the spatial barrier. If an ordinary cultivator were to do so, he would definitely be courting death. After all, the impact of breaking the spatial barrier was very terrifying. Ordinary cultivators would probably be annihilated into nothingness the moment they broke through the spatial barrier. Of course, Zhuowen did not feel particularly good either. After all, he had to bear the brunt of the spatial barrier every time. If it were not for the fact that he had absorbed the true dragon's blood and reached the level of Devour, he definitely would not have been able to endure it. Moreover, as Zhuowen continued to break through the gaps in space, his grasp of the laws of space became more and more skillful. Naturally, his comprehension of the laws of space also became more and more profound. Zhuowen shuttled through space like a madman. Moreover, the deeper his comprehension of the spatial law, the faster his shuttling speed became. Zhuowen immersed himself in this state of enlightenment. While immersed in this demon-like state of enlightenment, Zhuowen benefited a lot. At the very least, his use of the laws of space had almost reached the point of perfection. Time gradually passed. 1 year, 2 years, Zhuowen had been immersed in this demon-like state of enlightenment for 4 years. It could be said that Zhuowen's consciousness had become a little blurry. He instinctively used his divine sense to grab the barrier between two adjacent spaces. He instinctively broke through the barrier and instinctively entered the next space. Ah! Suddenly, a scream completely awakened Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen happened to arrive at another space. This was an oasis space, filled with huge oases. The oases were surrounded by endless deserts. The oases were the only places of life in the endless desert. At this moment, Zhuowen was standing on an oasis. In front of him stood a topless woman. Zhuowen was holding the woman's undergarment and bedding. When Zhuowen's gaze fell on the woman's face, he was suddenly stunned. The woman who appeared in front of him was simply too beautiful. She had a head full of silky black hair that fluttered in the wind. She had slender eyebrows, a pair of eyes that shone like the stars and the bright moon. She had a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, cherry red lips, and a flawless oval face that was pure white and flawless. Her tender snow-white skin was extraordinarily beautiful, and her figure was lithe and elegant. On the other hand, the woman's naked upper body was as white as snow. Her skin was smooth and delicate, causing one to be unable to move their eyes away and forget to leave. "You lecherous prodigal!" The woman covered the pair of soft breasts in front of her with her lily-white hands. Her pretty face was still blushing. She glared at Zhuowen with resentment. Zhuowen showed a puzzled look. Immediately, he looked at the undergarment and bedding in his hand, and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. Needless to say, Zhuowen also knew what he had done. It should be that when he was comprehending the law of space and used his divine sense to break the space barrier, he accidentally tore off the clothes of the beautiful woman in this oasis. Of course, all of this was unintentional by Zhuowen. The woman was also caught off guard, so she was caught off guard. Moreover, because Zhuowen's divine sense was too powerful, the undergarment and bedding in his hand were torn to pieces. Obviously, they could not be worn anymore. "Miss, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I was just comprehending the law of space, so. Zhuowen apologized. This time he really went too far. Seeing Zhuowen's sincere apology, the beautiful woman calmed down. She looked up and down at Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, but soon returned to normal. I don't have any clothes on me. Do you have any clothes in your spirit ring? Let me wear them. The beautiful woman was silent for a moment, and finally bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth and said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen was startled, and immediately looked at the woman in front of him with a strange look. He didn't expect that this woman didn't have any spare clothes on her. No wonder she didn't change her clothes immediately after he tore them off. I do have some clothes on me, but they are all men's clothes. I'm afraid they are not suitable for you, right? Zhuowen hesitated. It doesn't matter, as long as I can wear them. The beautiful woman said generously. Zhuowen nodded. He didn't hesitate to do things. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a white robe from his spirit ring and threw it to the woman. Immediately, he turned around very consciously. The beautiful woman took the clothes and sighed, seeing Zhuowen consciously turn around. She let go of her jade-like hands covering her important parts and began to quickly put on the clothes. You turn around. Just now I saw your divine sense big hand grab here. What do you want to catch? After changing the clothes, the beautiful woman finally spoke, but her voice was a little cold. Chapter 2304. Space crystallization. What? You used your divine sense to grab the barrier between adjacent spaces? How is that possible? Even an 8th step void sky cultivator can't do it. The beautiful woman was startled and immediately revealed a look of disbelief. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the 6th step void sky. How could his divine sense giant hand have the power to break the barrier between spaces? Zhuowen didn't say anything and just grabbed forward. Suddenly, the beautiful woman, who was still a dozen meters away from Zhuowen, appeared in front of Zhuowen at some unknown time. The beautiful woman looked at this scene in a daze. She was sure that she and Zhuowen didn't move a step, but the distance between them was shortened just like that. Is this the space law? You've mastered the space law? The beautiful woman looked at Zhuowen with shining eyes. She obviously didn't expect the latter to have mastered the space law. It should be. At least the barrier between spaces is nothing to me, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. The beautiful woman took a deep look at Zhuowen and said with shining eyes, Senior brother, can you tell me what you've comprehended? Zhuowen scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile, Miss, I can't explain it. I used my divine sense giant hand to break the barrier between spaces to comprehend the space law. But I don't know what the space law is. The beautiful woman nodded and didn't show any disappointment. The space law was originally an inexplicable thing. Senior brother, you should be Zhuowen, right? I've seen you before at the Quicksand family. At that time, you asked Grandmaster Kuangli to help you refine a tool? The beautiful woman suddenly changed the topic. Zhuowen glanced at the woman and didn't doubt her words. At that time, he asked the dancer to inform Kuangli in front of everyone in the Quicksand family. For this reason, he had a small conflict with the dancer. As long as it was a cultivator present at that time, basically all the cultivators present knew about him. Miss, if there's nothing else, this Shu will take his leave first. Zhuowen didn't want to be entangled with the woman in front of him. If he hadn't unintentionally offended her, the two of them wouldn't have had any interaction. Hold on, Brother Zhuo. Are you interested in the space crystal? The beautiful woman suddenly called out to Zhuowen. Spatial crystal. Zhuowen abruptly turned around and stared at the beautiful woman behind him. He couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. How could he not know about space crystals? These things contained extremely rich space laws, and the most widespread use of space crystals was for cultivators to absorb them. This allowed them to more easily approach the space laws, and it was extremely beneficial for comprehending the space laws. Apart from that, the spatial crystal was the best material for crafting a flying divine artifact. With the addition of spatial proximity, a flying divine artifact could perform spatial jumps, greatly increasing the speed of a flying divine artifact. The so-called space jump was a flying divine artifact that could jump from one end of space to the other in an instant. The distance was extremely large, and a powerful flying divine artifact could even cross half the heaven domain in an instant. However, space crystals were extremely rare and extremely difficult to find in the outside world. These things could only be condensed in places with extremely rich space laws. Many cultivators who wanted to explore the river of space-time quicksand not only wanted to comprehend the space laws, but also wanted to try their luck and obtain treasures such as space crystals. Of course, even in the river of space-time quicksand, the number of space crystals was extremely small. For many years, the number of cultivators who had entered the river of space-time quicksand could be counted on one hand. This showed how rare space crystals were. However, this beautiful woman in front of him said that she had news of space crystals. How could Zhuo not be interested? "You have news of space crystals?" Zhuo asked excitedly. The beautiful woman said with a cautious look, "Yes. When I first entered the river of space-time quicksand, I accidentally fell into a dangerous place. I saw many space crystals there, but it was full of space collapse and space distortion. It was extremely terrifying. For someone like me, who hasn't comprehended the slightest space law, going in would be suicide." Zhuo nodded, then looked at the woman in front of him with narrowed eyes and said indifferently, "Miss, you and I have only met by chance, and the space crystal is extremely important. Are you really willing to tell me the location of the space crystal?" Zhuo couldn't help but doubt the woman in front of him. He didn't think that this woman would be so kind as to share such important information with someone she had only met once. It was really unbelievable. Zhuo had been wandering in the starry sky for so long that he had already understood the ways of the world. He was no longer a newborn calf. He would never believe that a pie would fall from the sky, because my brother said that you are a man of principle. The beautiful woman suddenly smiled. "Your brother?" Zhuo asked in surprise. "My name is Yao Xiangjuan. My brother is called Yao Xiangjuan. I think you know him?" The woman smiled tenderly. "Yao Xiangjuan?" Zhuo raised his eyebrows. Soon after, he carefully observed the absolute beauty in front of him. He discovered that this woman was indeed quite similar to Yao Xiangjuan. Moreover, this woman was much more beautiful than Yao Xiangjuan. Her entire body was filled with a feminine charm. "Your brother believes in me? You believe in me so much?" Zhuo said with some amusement. Yao Xiangjuan didn't take it seriously and said, "My brother's judgment is always right because what his eyes see is always the truth. Since he said that you are a man of principle, then you are a man of principle." Hearing this, Zhuo couldn't help but recall that Yao Xiangjuan had once told him about the strangeness of his eyes. Yao Xiangjuan's eyes could see through some hypocrisy and restrictions, but he didn't expect that they could also see through a person's character. After pondering for a moment, Zhuo decided to go with Yao Xiangjuan to have a look. After all, the space crystal was really tempting to him. If what Yao Xiangjuan said was true, then Zhuo would definitely not let go of this opportunity. Of course, even if Yao Xiangjuan deceived him, Zhuo wasn't afraid. With his current strength, Yao Xiangjuan couldn't trick him. Of course, Zhuo was also on guard against this woman because he hadn't been able to detect her specific cultivation from beginning to end. Obviously, this woman had an extremely powerful concealment secret method. "Then, please lead the way, Miss Yao." Zhuo cupped his fists and said, The space Yao Xiangjuan and Zhuo were in was a desert, full of dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. There was no sign of life in this space, and it was deathly silent. Chapter 2305. A huge harvest after Yao Xiangjuan led Zhuo for 2 hours. Yao Xiangjuan stopped, pointed to the void in front of them, and said, There are space crystals on the other side of the void. At that time, my head just happened to fall into the void, and I saw the scene inside. If I wasn't lucky enough to leave the void in advance, I'm afraid I would have been completely annihilated by the spatial distortion inside. Later on, I tried to enter the other side of the void several times, but I found that I couldn't enter at all. It was as if there was some kind of law obstructing me. I knew that unless I comprehended the law of space, I wouldn't be able to enter the other side of the void. At this point, Yao Xiangjuan turned to look at Zhuowen, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Let me try." After saying that, Zhuowen took a step with his right foot, and with just one step, the space around Zhuowen was compressed and shortened, and Zhuowen instantly disappeared from where he was, as if he had teleported, entering the void in front of him. Zhuowen took over 10 steps forward, directly passing through the spatial collapses behind the void. In the end, he arrived at a crystalline world. When Zhuowen saw this world, his whole body trembled, because there were at least hundreds of space crystals dotted here. Hundreds of space crystals. This was definitely a huge number. Generally speaking, it was extremely rare to have a few. Now, there were hundreds of space crystals here. This absolutely shocked Zhuowen. With so many space crystals, it was enough to simply build a small spaceship. Of course, generally speaking, spaceships built with space crystals wouldn't be so wasteful. They would use space crystals as the core and other materials to support the creation of a real spaceship. Looking at this crystal clear world, Zhuowen took a step with his right foot and left this place. When Zhuowen returned to Yao Xiangjuan, the latter hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhuo, how is it? Are there space crystals inside?" Zhuowen nodded and said, "There are indeed space crystals inside. According to the original agreement, I will bring you in." Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and looked at Yao Xiangjuan with his clear eyes. Yao Xiangjuan was not a bashful woman. She naturally held Zhuowen's right hand. Then, Zhuowen exerted force and took more than 10 steps in the air. Instantly, the surrounding space was compressed. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the crystal clear world. "So beautiful!" Yao Xiangjuan looked at the sparkling and translucent world in front of her and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This sparkling and translucent world was a transparent world. At first glance, it was as if the entire world was made of sparkling diamonds. "Zhuowen, you are indeed a man of principle." "Thank you." Yao Xiangjuan turned around and looked at Zhuowen with an extremely serious expression as she smiled sweetly. In Yao Xiangjuan's opinion, Zhuowen could have monopolized all the space crystals here, since it was his first time here. Then he could have come out and said that there were no space crystals here. Yao Xiangjuan had nothing to say. However, Zhuowen didn't do that. Instead, after he finished exploring, he immediately came back and brought Yao Xiangjuan into this world again. He presented the space crystals here to her without reservation. Zhuowen smiled. Just as Yao Xiangjuan said, Zhuowen had his own principles. Since this place was provided by Yao Xiangjuan, Zhuowen had no intention of monopolizing it from the beginning. Without the help of Brother Zhuo's space law, even if I knew that there are space crystals here, it would be useless. Let's split the space crystals here, 50-50. Yao Xiangjuan suddenly turned to look at Zhuowen and said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded, indicating that he had no objection. Immediately, the two of them began to plunder the space crystals around them. After a while, they had collected all the space crystals in the surrounding area. The two of them counted and found that they had collected more than 400 space crystals. If they divided them equally, it would be more than 200 space crystals for each of them. If news of this spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a great sensation. After all, space crystals were rarely seen, but Zhuowen and Yao Xiangjuan had obtained more than 200 space crystals each. This was definitely an unimaginable wealth. With these space crystals, I am confident that I can completely comprehend the space law within half a year. Zhuowen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have obtained so many space crystals. Yao Xiangjuan said excitedly. I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't brought me here, how could I have obtained so many space crystals? I have to go now. See you later, Zhuowen said with a smile. The starry sky energy here is so rich. It's very suitable for cultivation. Don't you want to stay here and cultivate first? Yao Xiangjuan asked in surprise. Zhuowen shook his head. He had his own plans. Although he had obtained a lot of benefits because of Yao Xiangjuan, he was very clear about the purpose of this trip. It was definitely impossible for him to stay with outsiders. The space-time key was very important. If he stayed with Yao Xiangjuan, he might have to enter the depths of the space-time quicksand river with her. This was not the result that Zhuowen wanted. No, I still have a lot of things to do, so I won't stay. By the way, isn't your brother Yao Xiangjuan? Why didn't you enter the space-time quicksand river with your brother? Before leaving, Zhuowen looked at Yao Xiangjuan and could not help but ask in surprise. That Yao Xiangjuan was not an ordinary person. Even this beautiful Yao Xiangjuan in front of him, Zhuowen felt that she was not simple. He knew that the origins of this pair of siblings should be extraordinary. Oh, it's like this. I secretly came here behind my brother's back. So after you go out, don't tell my brother. Yao Xiangjuan stuck out her tongue and said. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly recovered his calmness. He cupped his fists and said to Yao Xiangjuan, Miss Yao, farewell. See you later. After he finished speaking, Zhuowen left this place, leaving Yao Xiangjuan behind to fall into deep thought. This little girl shouldn't be telling the truth. Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded. He knew that Yao Xiangjuan's last sentence was a lie without Xiao He saying it. Since Yao Xiangjuan knew him from the beginning and said that she had seen him, Zhuowen in the quicksand family, and her brother Yao Xiangjuan had also mentioned him, Zhuowen, then the siblings must have met before entering the space-time quicksand river. Now, Yao Xiangjuan said that he had come here behind her brother's back. These words were obviously contradictory. However, regardless of whether Yao Xiangjuan was lying or not, it was no longer important to Zhuowen. After he left the space-time quicksand river this time, he would probably not have any interactions with Yao Xiangjuan and her brother. Before leaving this place, I'll find a space to advance to the 7th step Void Sky realm. Chapter 2306. Breaking through the Void Sky 7th level. This was a world of volcanoes, and the surroundings were filled with a dense flame aura. The temperature had reached an unprecedented level, and the active volcanoes were constantly spewing out terrifying magma. Zhuowen came to the interior of a dried-up volcano, and after setting up layers of restrictions, he sat cross-legged on a praying mat that he had prepared beforehand. At the same time, he took out a pill from his spirit ring. This pill had 7 golden patterns on its surface, and it was the 7 profound pill that Zhuowen had obtained from Yao Xiangjuan. Zhuowen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th step of the Void Sky realm for some time now. Moreover, his comprehension of the Void Sky realm had basically reached its peak. The only thing he lacked was an opportunity, and the 7 profound pill would become his opportunity to advance to the 7th step of the Void Sky realm. Thinking of this, Zhuowen suddenly crushed the 7 profound pill in his hand, and then 7 golden dragon-like bars burst out from the 7 profound pill, instantly wrapping around Zhuowen's entire body. Time gradually passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. On this day, 2 figures rushed out from the world of volcanoes, one in front and one behind, and their speed was extremely fast. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying attack blasted out from the figure behind, blasting the back of the figure in front. The figure in front crashed to the ground in an extremely sorry state and spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon closer inspection, the person who fell to the ground in a sorry state was actually a delicate and pretty woman, and the figure who launched the attack from behind was a rather handsome young man. Jiao Wendong, you ungrateful bastard. If I hadn't saved you back then, and if I hadn't given you so many resources to cultivate behind my back, you wouldn't have today's achievements. Now, not only do you not care about our old friendship, You actually want to kill me for that, Zhu Rui. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? I'm your Dao companion. The delicate woman's face was dark green, and she should have been poisoned by an extremely powerful poison. At this moment, the poison had already invaded her knowledge sea. Even if this man didn't make a move, this woman wouldn't live for long. The handsome man clearly knew that this woman would not live for long, so he simply stopped attacking. Instead, he looked at the woman with a smile and said, "Junior Sister Sue, I remember clearly what you did for me in the past. I will never forget it for the rest of my life." Junior Sister Zhu Rui is a disciple of the Six Desires Palace. Although she is just an ordinary disciple, she is still a disciple of the Six Desires Palace. As long as I can win her heart, I will have a chance to enter the Six Desires Palace. Junior Apprentice Sister Sue, I know that Junior Apprentice Sister Zhu Rui is starting to have a good impression of me. As long as I work harder, the good thing between me and her will be done. Therefore, I won't allow her to know that I have a Dao companion, and you can't appear either. This will destroy the relationship between me and Junior Apprentice Sister Zhu Rui. You see, you love me so much. Just grant me this one time and I, obediently. I will always remember your kindness to me in my heart. The pretty girl looked at the handsome man in disbelief. She never thought that the man in front of her would be so shameless. Now, she finally realized that she had fallen in love with a beast that was worse than a pig or a dog. I really regret not listening to the elders of my family. I actually fell in love with an ingrate like you. Even if I die, I will curse you to die a horrible death. The pretty girl's beautiful eyes were filled with the will to die. She slowly closed her eyes. She knew that she couldn't escape at this moment, so she simply gave up resisting. The handsome man laughed sinisterly and slowly approached the delicate and pretty woman. Just as he approached the delicate and pretty woman, the volcano beside them suddenly trembled violently. Then the volcano suddenly exploded, and a terrifying aura flowed out. Rumble! The moment the terrifying aura swept out, a huge purple illusory bridge appeared above the volcano. The first 6 steps of the illusory bridge were already lit up, and the 7th step was flickering like a star. It could be lit up at any time. The handsome man's pupils shrank. How could he not know that someone in the volcano had broken through? Moreover, it was the 7th step of the illusory sky. Moreover, from the aura that flowed out, it could be seen that this person's strength was absolutely terrifying. At least, it was not someone he could contend against. The handsome man glanced at the pretty girl, who was about to die from the poison on the ground. His eyes flickered, but in the end he still left this place. The pretty girl's poison had already penetrated deep into her sea of consciousness and even affected her soul. Even a 9th step illusory sky expert couldn't save her. Even if the handsome man didn't do anything, the girl would die without a doubt. The handsome man was very cautious. He knew that killing someone while they were breaking through would definitely violate a taboo, so he left this place immediately. At the bottom of the volcano, Zhuowen's divine sense naturally saw this scene. Although he sympathized with the girl, he was now at the critical moment of his breakthrough, so he definitely couldn't do anything. In addition, the handsome man was extremely cautious. He left this place without saying anything, so the handsome man took advantage of the opportunity to escape. However, from the conversation between the two, Zhuowen also learned a lot of information. The most shocking thing was that Zhu Rui was actually a disciple of the Six Desires Palace. It seemed that after leaving this place, Zhuowen would have to find Zhu Rui again. Of course, if he could meet this scumbag by Zhu Rui's side, Zhuowen wouldn't mind getting rid of this scumbag. Zhuowen took a step forward and stepped onto the 6th step of the illusory sky bridge. Then his gaze fell on the 7th step, his eyes full of determination. Boom! Zhuowen lifted his foot and smoothly stepped onto the 7th step. At this moment, violent fluctuations appeared in the surrounding space, like a monstrous tsunami in the sea. It was monstrous and terrifying. Zhuowen stood on the 7th step of the illusory sky bridge and silently felt the comfortable feeling of the surrounding starry sky, energy pouring into his body. After advancing to the 7th step illusory sky bridge, the strength of Zhuowen's main body had greatly improved. Even if he didn't rely on the avatar, Zhuowen felt that the strength of his main body was comparable to a peak 8th step illusory sky expert. Putting away the illusory sky bridge, Zhuowen took a step and arrived beside the pretty girl on the edge of the volcano. At this moment, the pretty girl's beautiful face was completely covered in pitch-black poisonous gas, looking exceptionally terrifying. Zhuowen's right hand fell on the girl's forehead, and his gaze became extremely solemn. He discovered that the poison was extremely vicious and actually targeted the girl's soul. At this moment, 2/3 of the girl's soul had been contaminated by the poison. Even he couldn't do anything about it. When Zhuowen's right hand fell on the girl's forehead, the pretty girl slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Zhuowen in front of her and didn't feel any surprise. She knew that this strange man in front of her should be the senior who was cultivating inside the volcano. "Senior, can you do me a favor?" The pretty girl trembled and asked, "Help you kill that man?" Zhuowen asked with flickering eyes. The pretty girl shook her head and said, "There's no need to trouble Senior with this matter. Jia Wendong will definitely suffer the wrath of heaven in the future. The heavenly Tao will punish him. My daughter has another request." Zhuo Wen's brows furrowed and he said with a nod, "You say then."